touched on my arm. He did it. You've risked a lot for this boy already. Why do you keep going back? He has already broken your arm. And your exam is like what? 5 days? Yes, 5 days. I can't even write my name, let alone the exam. Is that love? My dear, would you consider focusing on your study first? Secure your future. Do you think it's too early to win a relationship right now? Would it work for you if you took some time away from relationships and meditate in your life?
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free.
The use of vigorous campaigning to bring about political or social change has made possible many outcomes previously considered impossible.
You can remember during 1982 that we had the multi-party stuff and everything. It was through the voice of the people that we were able to contain all that. So I think the students can learn from the earlier years. Their voice matters.
Through actions, many decisive moments have been birthed. Yet, when activism is replaced with fear or indiscipline, this makes many endure that which they must not.
I can remember there was a case where there are some students who were charged of robbery violence. They went to student center and took some sausages and chapatis by force, and they were arrested and taken. The guy took about 2 years outside.
I don't think if the strikes should be violent, because it will be of no help, because eventually they will be bringing more expenses to their parents, because their parents will be forced to come and cater for the damages that the students have done.
In our university today, activism is more than a collective action. It is very much about the individual being decisive in matters key to their well-being.
If one aspect of your mental health is hurting, then you cannot have equilibrium. You cannot have the balance to be able to sit and study as a student.
It is about seeking justice not only from outside but also from within ourselves. For if dulled by the expectations that only external issues are the problem, we can easily become victims of our own mistakes.
Realistically, we are not going to bury our heads on the sand thinking that things are light with our students. Every month we are losing close to 1 or 2 students per month because of various issues. One is mental health, others committing suicide because of various issues that they are going through. And as the Dean of Students, we have a team of counselors that sits down, analyze issues and help students to cope up.
In respect to our well-being and our future, activism means guarding 2 frontiers. Foremost, we must be activists for those issues around us, whether gender-based violence or injustices or exploitation.
I have seen situations where students attack each other, where girls are attacked by boys, or we have had cases of maybe rape. I think those are cases that have been there. We have had cases of physical violence.
This requires us to be vigilant of how issues affect not just us, but also fellow students, as all of us are a community.
When a student is not well mentally, then definitely that calls for a lot of concern. And here we don't just talk about numbers, because the individual counts, even if it is 1 out of 100. For us, that's very important because we care about each individual at the university.
We must also see activism as a self-regulating issue. We must be alert to our internal flaws and the mistakes that this enable. We must guard against compulsive actions that threaten our capacity to enjoy our right or limit the right of others. Do away with actions which make us vulnerable to injustices and aggressions.
Always understand that at the end of the day, your rights should not infringe on other people's rights. Because in this country, we have a constitution which guides people's rights. And at the end of the day, what happens is that when you think that you have so much rights, then you find yourself at loggerheads with either University of Nairobi rules and regulations or the government.
In a rapidly digital world, activism must rethink our social lives and engender those values which promote our digital well-being. Activism must be responsive to new threats such as online bullying, online risks, and online aggressions.
The internet has contributed to the social media. Students can talk online, offline, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, and there's a lot of cyberbullying. There's a relationship created within the Facebook context, and we have seen that because of those social medias, we have seen that if a girl has been disowned by a boy, there is a lot of issues that comes in that have been neglected or denied and all that, and some of commit suicide. And therefore we have a section that is dealing with the cyberbullying relationship within the social media and how productive or counterproductive the social media can be.
Such activism must rethink the importance of shifting attention from activism as an activity reserved for others on our behalf to an activity that we must do ourselves, for ourselves and others. It is a continuous process. To the wrongs that need resistance, to the rights that need assistance, to the future in the distance. Give yourself.
There is always a way we can sit down and talk. Let's come reason together and things will work well. So let you not involve yourself in certain activities that can easily, jeopardize your academic work.
In case any student has any challenge, there are clear avenues through the Dean of Students office where they are able to be supported to ensure that they can be able to continue with their studies without any challenges.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and the 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free.
Engineer John Maina to read us with the word of prayer. Engineer, please.
Thank you, Professor Kinoti. I request we stand and we honor our God. Thank you. Let's pray. Our Father, our Lord, and our God, this morning we honor you, we praise you, and we worship you. Indeed, we thank you because we have seen your heart. Even when you started this process, you started with us. We have come up to this point. We have seen success. We thank you, Lord. You have brought us here together.
Recording in progress.
You have brought us here together from many areas, with different talents, different resources, different skills. You know each one of us by name. We pray for blessings for each one of us. We thank you even as we go forward up to the end of this event. We pray that you travel with us. And we pray this all trusting and believing in the name of your Son Jesus Christ, our Lord and our Savior. Amen.
So thank you, John, for starting us with word of prayer. I would request those people who are seated this corner, please let's fill the center row. I'll just give you a few minutes just to move to the center core, except the ICT probably who will be manning this place. So if you're seated there, just come to the center core. So thank you very much. So having said that, we want to start with a session that will recap how the first day of Nairobi Innovation Week yesterday was. And in front of me, I have Professor Margaret Hutchinson, who will be guiding us in that process. We have Engineer Andrew Masera from Safaricom, who will be helping us to recap what we did yesterday. And this is very important for those who are not able to join us during yesterday's very exciting session. And now I'll give this opportunity to Professor Hutchinson to take us through the recap. session, Professor Hutchinson and Engineer Andrew Masira. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kinoti. And we will try to do it slightly differently in terms of what we were able to take home yesterday. And I guess for every one of us, because we are all adults, we learn differently. Some of us could have gone home with a statement. Somebody could have gone home with something that they had, and it was presented differently from how they are used to. It could be something very innovative. It could be also a take-home in terms of what, going forward, you will be able to take. So yesterday we started the day looking at innovation for transformation and impact in the society, Nairobi Innovation Week 2022. My take is that we were able to look at the innovation ecosystem from a systems approach. So we looked at the internal strengths in terms of the history of how we have come up with the innovations. We also looked at the weaknesses of the systems, but it was also very interesting to look at the opportunities. And if I may start, we had our PS Sunkuli, who gave us the policy and the legal framework in which we are operating as innovators, as those who are interested in commercializing the intangible assets. That painted a very good picture, and I hope that there is a lot of both external from government, but also from the institutions, because we also zeroed down to the University of Nairobi and the academia being the environment, being the place where talent, skills, knowledge, understanding are being cooked. So that was a very interesting one. I don't know, Andrew, what you heard from the Vice Chancellor in terms of the internal ecosystem within the university, so that I can come back and talk about the CEO, our guest of honor. What did you hear from the Vice Chancellor in terms of this ecosystem?
Yesterday was quite amazing. I think from the Vice Chancellor himself, the mic is on. Can you hear me? Yes. So the remarks from the Vice Chancellor, it was a real talk, and it was encouraging to see that universities now are embracing innovation and looking all the way towards commercialization of the ideas, embracing problem-based learning, which we're going to discuss today. And if I can just quickly recap what we had yesterday. We started with just looking at this being the 6th edition of the Nairobi Innovation Week. Then we are saying we've had innovations that have come from previous years, and now is the time to commercialize. That was the key message that actually came out yesterday. I was glad when we launched the agricultural research facility that will be at Kabete, and the invitation to partner. I mean, that was great, and that is something which is actionable, that aside from the talks, we actually had partnerships being formed right on this stage. That was awesome. When we come towards the panel discussion, the role of what role industry should play. Now, that's the quadruple helix innovation partnership that happened right here on this stage.
So now, Andrew, before you reach there, because that is now coming to the collaborations, did you hear what your CEO spoke about? Did you hear that we are having a partnership between the institution, the University of Nairobi, and the company of choice for employability? That is Safaricom, PLC. And so it was not just about how great Safaricom is, but more about tangible support system for the ecosystem. Man, as we listened to Peter Ndegwa, we actually realized how powerful it is that going home, we will go out with internships, with possibility of employment, and it was very interesting to look at your CEO and realize that he was so down to earth. He gave us real value systems, keeping yourself grounded, not having your head carried away by the big things, and being patient. That was amazing. And therefore, when we went to the panel discussion, it was like the icing on the cake also. Now go on, Andrew.
Amazing. And just to pick up from what our chief guest, Peter, Safaricom PLC CEO, spoke about, Paul came and emphasized further that we're really here looking for talent and skills. And in addition to look at innovations, in fact, our emphasis, and we do have our hackers right in the other building on 4th floor. If you get time, we'd like to pay a visit to them as a group. And when you look at our booth, when we went to our booth during the health break, if you notice, we are not really selling airtime or anything here. We actually have a booth dedicated towards tapping digital skills. So if you work towards Safaricom booth, we are recording your details. It's sort of a mini interview process when you walk into that booth. So we are very intentional about skills. We picked a database of over 50. So really echoing what Peter said, we're on the ground doing the same thing.
Excellent. Safaricom was one of the stands. Participants, I hope you all got a chance to walk through the over almost 60 innovations that are being displayed, some of them world class. So we want to invite you to the second day. As we spoke yesterday, we have a bouquet that is so wide, over 40 exhibitors. I think I mentioned that they have added more. And so going forward, I do not know what we are supposed to expect today, Professor Kinoti. What have you laid out today? Yesterday we had a rich menu, but I don't know what else. So back to the participants, both online and present. Is there a take-home from you that you can say, that was my take-home? Of course, I can see all the hands not lifted, but I can see you speaking. So that was basically how the day went yesterday, and we can continue to enrich this conversation. But looking forward to today, Professor Kinoti, what do you have as me and my colleague, my co-presenter, Andrew Masila, we go to take our seats?
Maybe Prof, before we give Prof Kinoti.
Okay.
We can't forget to talk about the master classes. They were awesome.
Oh my God.
I learned about financing for SMEs and innovators, which is a piece most innovators miss.
Yes.
You have your idea, but you can't really, it's not sustainable because of the finance element. And also our second masterclass on setting up startups, which was a real story of a student who was in a university just like you, and they did a startup, they work with students, and it was amazing because even some people were offered job opportunities in the same session. So the master classes are amazing. Don't miss. There is one in the afternoon today. There are going to be a series of talks. So here we are talking about real transformation. So inviting our online audience and also those physically present to engage with us. Yep.
So what do you tell the students? Some of them did not turn up. Do they need to be present?
So for those who didn't turn up for yesterday's session, and there are recordings actually on YouTube, what we learned yesterday is for a business, you need a proper business case. For finances, actually, at times you may, as the innovator and inventor, you may want to actually seek services of an expert resource. And we had one of the speakers actually offers those services for free for small and medium businesses. So those are the key takeouts. And also, if you want to do something, there was a talk about, can we manufacture blenders in Kenya, which was interesting how it came out. So really thought-provoking questions, and some of the answers are answered through the innovation and innovation processes. Let's visit the stands, let's engage the speakers and everyone, let's make today count.
Kenya, let us innovate or we shall perish. God bless you. Let's appreciate them further. They have
really energized us by reminding us. Let's appreciate them further. They have really energized us by reminding us what we learned yesterday. Today, I just want to take you through the program, and I know each one of you has a copy of the program. We have very exciting topics right down for us. And today's session are dubbed Innovation and Startup Summit. We'll start with keynote address. And this is the topic, Solving Wicked Society Problem Through Problem-Based Learning. And I'm saying I can't wait to hear how we'll be able to solve wicked society problem through problem-based learning. Then, after that keynote address, there'll be a panel discussion, and that panel discussion will be read by Dr. Samuel Rohio. Samuel Rohio, please come to the stage. So that you can invite the guests to start us with the panel. So as he come, after health break, we'll have a keynote address from Ahmed, who is the founder of CEO Next Arabia. He'll be actually zooming from Dubai just to tell us his stories about how he actually creates his I know so many startup, and every time he's on the move to create the next startup. As you can hear, the name of his organization is CEO Next Arabia. The topic that will guide that panel discussion will be Ban Your Business Plan, a Startup Journey. And I'm just wondering, I come from the Faculty of Business, where we write business plans, so I'm very excited to hear, and I think you are very excited to hear how we'll ban our business plan and start a startup journey. That is after health break. There will be a panel discussion there. In the afternoon, we have an international session. This international session is dubbed Innovation for African University. This is a British Council project, learning in 5 countries, that is UK, Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, and Kenya. So we'll have people zooming from the UK and all those other countries, the other 3 contexts in sub-Saharan Africa, just to share their innovation stories, their project they are working on, their innovation they are working on, to actually address the challenge of youth and unemployability. And it will be very exciting to hear what is this, how is this challenge in other contexts, in Nigeria, in Ghana, in South Africa and Kenya, and what are the universities doing to actually respond to this challenge or try to solve the challenge of youth and employability. So basically that is what we have lined for you. And finally there will be a session by Safaricom that is enabling universities to innovate. You don't want to miss any of those sessions. I'm waiting for Dr. Sam Rohio just to come so that we can start, and I can be calling on the panel, the first panel discussants. Sorry, before we do that, I want to call the keynote. Sam, come. Yeah. Let me consult Sam first because I'm seeing him racing. I see. So Dr. Sam Rohio is here to invite the guest. So Dr. Sam Rohio is here to invite the guest who will be giving us the first keynote address. Dr. Sam Rohio, karibu.
So good morning, it's good to see you all. This morning we have Dr. Eija Lehtinen from Hamma University of Applied Sciences, Finland. She flew in on Sunday for this event. Dr. Lehtinen will be sharing with us on the potential of PBL in fostering innovation through academia industry linkages. This is a discussion we're going to have this morning, and Dr. Lehtinen is an expert in many things, but one of the areas is PBL. Now there's a project that she is a PI of, which is called PBL by Africa, which is a collaboration between her university and Aalto University, Finland, and University of Nairobi, Egerton University, Southeastern University of Kenya, Mulungushi University, and University of Zambia in Zambia. So she's actually heading that project, and it's around. Maybe she will talk a little bit about it. I mean, not steal her thunder. Then she will take us through. So we just have that session, and then we shall be able to have the panel discussion. At that point, we shall introduce the panel discussant. So, Dr. Eija, you're welcome.
Habari asubuhi. Jina langu ni Eija, mimi mwalimu. That's in English from that on. So, good morning everyone, and in my language, hyvää huomenta. Can you try this? Hyvää huomenta. Very good. So, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here this morning. It's really a pleasure to talk about this topic that is so dear for us. But before I start talking about problem-based learning with this very demanding topic given to me, let me try to first put into a context that why I'm here. Yes, I'm a project manager of that project that Dr. Ruhiu mentioned, but also maybe to open up a bit of context that why Finland is the way we are. So I come from Finland. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to point here. So, okay. Come on. Okay. Or did I close it? Okay, while he's sorting this out, let me start talking a bit. We can have a slide. It helps to capture the content when he solves the issue. So I come from Finland, which is about on the top of the world, very far from here. I come from a country which is the size of Nairobi city, 5 million plus people with 40 universities. My university is one of those, a multidisciplinary institution with about 8,000 students, and established in 1840. 1840. My country got independence in 1917. So 60 years before the story of my university started. And this is to highlight the importance of education in societal development. Okay, it's working. Yeah, thank you so much. I want to mention two things about my university. First is that we have an African Action Plan 2020-2030 to emphasize the importance that we find the cooperation with Africa. We want to share what we have, and we want to learn from Africa. We want to give opportunity for our students to learn about Africa because we seriously believe that Africa dictates the future of the world, seeing from the sustainability point of view. The other thing is that we call ourselves an entrepreneurial university, which means that we act entrepreneurially. But it also means that my university has the highest rate of students, graduates turning entrepreneurs in whole Finland. This percentage in the last statistics was 9.7. And it's a huge number, keeping in mind that we also have social studies. And in my country, no nurses is a private entrepreneur because whole social sector is a public-run sector. The next thing I want to tell about my country is this. 70% of my country is covered with forest. And at the same time, now, we are the most innovative country in European Union. We are the leaders in quality of education in the world. And according to United Nations, 5th year in a row, we are the happiest nation in the world. So let me say about these forests. These forests, for African, an indigenous tree takes 30 to 40 years to mature and you fell it. And Africans tell that you can't wait 30 to 40 years because you want your money now. My grandfather planted for me, and I'm planting for my grandchildren, because my trees take 70 to 90 years to mature. We have no gas, no oil, no diamonds, no minerals, nothing. We call this natural resource, you would call it, I don't know what you would call, but not natural resource. So education is something that has made us to use the trees in a way that has made us one of the wealthiest nations in the world. I hear very often that you can have quality education because you are rich. No, that's wrong. We are rich because we have quality education. We have reinvented use of trees many times. Tar, poles for sailing ships, pulp, paper, timber. And the middle picture is our first couple, our president, and the first lady is wearing a dress made of trees. So we are now probably in somewhere on the verge of having forced to be reinvented because consumption of paper is going down. We have to redo what we do with the paper, with the timber to keep our richness. So this is the background now that where we work. I myself work with 14 universities in southern, western and eastern Africa. Now, let me try to explain that why problem-based learning could be a solution to society. I'll try to address that, what to teach, how to teach and where to teach. And let's see if I manage to convince you. So, yesterday, we had really an excellent day, and the message from the employer was very clear. We heard people employing by attitude. We heard graduates lacking hands-on skills to do. We heard a lot of talk about mindset. So this is the starting point that we have to take the mirror and start thinking what to do, how to do, and where to do. This is one way of determining what entrepreneurship is. Many of you can't read it now because the text is a bit smallish, but what it tells there, to be resourceful, to be creative, to be a problem solver, embrace challenges, courage to move, turning possibilities into reality, constant need to grow, persistence, silencing assumptions constantly, recognizing opportunities. This is very much what we heard from Safaricom and other agencies that employ companies. These are the words we were hearing yesterday. This is how World Economic Forum puts the same. You can read here critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration, curiosity, initiative, leadership. This is what is called 21st century skills. These companies were asking for these skills yesterday, you to get employed. These skills for universities and any education institution to equip the graduates with to be employable. And this is not an easy task. I'll take one more. This is the Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus, who says that we have to equip graduates to be from job seekers to solution creators. Or nowadays we could say that from job seekers to job creators. So the answer is here. It's the CBC. There's no home in Kenya now that doesn't know competency-based curricula. But it's a good moment to stop to see what this means. Competence is threefolded. It's to know, it is to be able to do, and it is to be. This to be is the attitude, the values, the mindset. Competence is tricky in a way that if you have one of these lines, you have nothing. Because even if whatever you know, but if you can't do, or if you don't have the right mindset, if you don't know how to be, your knowledge is wasted. And any of these, they have to be created together. So not one there, and then is the next session, the next one. They are integrally interrelated. So the experience is that curriculums are often too packed with knowledge. Do we recognize the importance of skills and to be element in the curriculums? Because we have to teach them. Some of us are talented by nature and we have all this, but most of us would need education. And at the same time, teachers, professors, lecturers are pressed with the emerging issues. So you can see arm-long lists what should be taught. But actually, the curricula is a huge dilemmatic issue that what to really teach. That's the million-dollar question of this century, what to teach. That's the first point. The curricula is not problem-based. Curricula is competence-based. And nothing tells that it has to be taught in a traditional way, giving lectures, or it has to be taught in a problem-based way. So, but curricula, competence-based curricula is the starting point. Now, I tell you a very small story linked to this picture. My last born, the boy, was 11 when I was working with this picture. We were at kitchen table, keeping company to each other. And then suddenly he said to me that, "Mom, the picture on the right-hand side is the right one." We are Finnish speakers, so he couldn't read English, and anyway, this wording for 10, 11 years would have made no sense. But he could recognize that this is a school. So after my question, without hesitation, the boy said, "Mom, but when we do it ourselves, it's easy to understand. I can remember what I'm learning." And then, with a small pause, he continued, "Mom, and besides, it's fun." So my boy captured the essence of constructivism and social constructivism better than you can read in the theory books. Because this is what deep learning is about. It's about ownership and it's about active learning, allowing students to be part of their own learning process to construct their knowledge. And now we are coming to problem-based learning. The question here is that if we accept what I said about curricula, the question comes, how do we teach this curricula, what we have now decided to be our objective? And that comes now to professional teacher competencies. In my country, I have my PhD. That qualifies me to be a good researcher on my substance. But it has nothing to do with my teacher competencies. So if I want to have full salary, this is from the government, not from the university, I have to go back to school to learn how to move adult minds, to do professional teacher studies, to be a good teacher. Because this approach, putting student in the center, turning the lecture theatre into a learning theatre, is a transformative. It changes everything in the system. I have to reposition myself as a teacher. I am not anymore the one imparting. I have to go from the podium to the darkness of the theatre and start guiding the learning process of the students. I need different skills, but most I need a different attitude that how do I work. So, and this is the theoretical background of it. This is Bloom taxonomy. We want those on top to be able to innovate, create, apply. This is where the innovation is. But if we keep on lecturing, people remember maybe 5% of the lectures said, no more. So people have to have an active role. This on there is the Chinese that tell me I'll forget, and let me see, I'll remember more, so, and the platform, I'll contribute. So people have to be active owners of their own learning process. And now remains the last question, that will we do all this? And now is maybe what you have been waiting for, the companies. So, role of education in the society is very demanding and very critical. Universities and education institutions are to lead the development in the society. Education institutions produce the good researchers, extension officers, qualified workforce. And it's a demanding task because with that work, you are in control of the societal development. Every single student is a change agent of the society. So how you equip those change agents, you define the destiny of the world. So in our thinking, in problem-based learning, the beauty is that there you have a living relationship with the companies. If I ask today from a company, what kind of graduates do you need? And they tell me. So I start producing the graduates. Bachelors I have in 3-4 years, masters 1 or 2 more years. But in 5 years when I have them ready, the company tells I want this. So actually I'm late. And the same talk continues. So mine is to be, as a university representative, be aware what they want in few years. So there has to be a living relationship to understand what the society is, what the society needs. And Tony Ombanza said yesterday very nicely, it's not the university management, it's me, it's you, it's us who do the work. So this kind of problem-based learning, where we have a living relationship with industry every single day, is one way of understanding what the society needs and what it wants. So now, to make this easier, is that, what does this mean in practical terms? I'm going to give a few examples. So in problem-based learning, we work, every single course is rounded with a real problem, a real challenge from a company, from an NGO. The course has, of course, learning objectives. So the mentor, we don't call teachers, we call mentors. Their work is to put together the problem, the learning objectives, and start guiding the students' learning process. So students are solving real cases of companies. They do it in groups because, of course, we have also big groups. Slightly smaller than you, but for example, my colleague is starting an online group of 120 in August, and that's all fully problem-based with a company. So in this kind of exercise, students learn these soft skills, metacognitive skills of leadership, self-directiveness, communication. These skills, they come automatically. Of course, we support them, but when you work with company, you deliver, and you have to think the processes, and a mentor has to support the processes. In our system, we take the responsibility of linking the students to society for the responsibility of the university. It's not the student who looks for the linkages. We provide an opportunity for every single student from day one. Note, from day one. I hear very often that, yes, from 3rd year, 4th year, whatever. I tell that 2 years back, I met a colleague of mine from business department, and I asked them, okay, what's going on? Oh yeah, the first students are here today, the first day. Okay, so what is the case of this year? So we play ice hockey in Finland, and he said that, yes, we are revising the marketing plan of our regional ice hockey team. And these students were starting school in Hamk that very day, and the CEO of Ice Hockey League was there, and the students started working, and they performed. So this now is, no, I think I jumped something over. Let me try. Okay, so we call them student challenges. And as I said, there is always, when we have a bigger problem, we split it into smaller cases. One year we worked with an eco hair salon. So someone works with water, someone works with chemicals, someone works with furniture. So we can deliver bigger packets for the company. But we also, of course, this is the most important thing and the most living part. And then this enables the rest what comes for the company cooperation, that we can use guest lecturers, we can organize research and innovation cooperation, mentoring, counseling, this kind of things. So this is the PBL BioAfrica that Sam mentioned. It's a about 25 million shilling project funded by our government and these two countries. So here we do this on international scale. So students from Zambia, Finland and Kenya work together to solve the challenges of Finnish or Kenyan or Zambian companies. We actually started this online. When planning the project, we were afraid of doing this online because we first thought that in the field it's easier. But we got fed up waiting for pandemic to disappear. So we went online and experiences were promising. There are issues, academic calendars, crediting, many things, but basically experiences were positive. So for example, a few weeks ago, I was to Egerton, who is our partner. There was a company who was interested in producing biodiesel from water hyacinth. So we had an international student team solving that issue. These challenges are, of course, let them be international or national. They are longer than 1 week or whatever. They are from 3 to 6 months, depending how we decide. So because it's a holistic, long process. Teams are prepared, teams are guided, no one is left alone, there are processes. But if you think this kind of operations, you see that the teacher's role is different than in what I'm doing now, giving a lecture. There are mentors, expert mentors from our side, and then mentors in learning from the other part. I give another example, here first. This is a cocoa. Chocolate is a sweet thing, but we always have a bad conscience when eating it because we know the issues. Companies are interested in finding solutions for sustainable cocoa. We have been working with a university in Ghana and with a small company in our region for 2 years now, producing a lot of data for the company together with the Ghanaian students. We have funding from Fin Partnership for that. And there are thesis works going on. So the topics can be big, small, international, national. This is the example of last week that we were contracted in Zambia to train about 15 Zambian bioeconomy companies to press up their business plans and business operations. So we could have brought there our teachers, mentors, the skilled people. But what we did, we took a student team of 50, 60 people from Finland, from Zambia, and they started solving. There were 15 challenges ongoing at the same time, students working with the companies. And last week we got the feedback, it was overwhelming. Never happened before, a new way of learning, and the company's feedback that yes, this is worth doing. Because the company in Kenya, with whom I talked in length, he said that he has stopped recruiting by advertising. He only uses now the students that they work with. And I tried to dig out that, is there something, you know, that things don't always go well? And yeah, things don't always go, but that's it, win-win. Things, at times, they go very well. So he was so committed on this, so there's always a reason. This has to be win-win. This is my last slide. Problem-based learning is not about money, it's about way of doing things. Companies can solve with this system many things that they are working, producing new solutions, business opportunities. They can co-create, they can innovate, develop, test new products. It's creating a new ecosystem which allows the society to develop. So this was my answer. I hope I convinced you. Now I say thank you. Asanteni sana. Kiitos. Let us discuss. Back to you, Sam. I don't know how to. Yeah, you can have a look. We have few slides there. No, it doesn't come back anymore. Okay, thank you. Where do you want? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aya, for that wonderful presentation this morning that is very informative. So we want to take some bit of time to have discussion and interrogate what she has begun to share with us. So I will request my panelists to just come so that we can have the discussion. Kindly, Professor Mullah, you can lead them on stage. As they come in, I may not have a lot of protocol. I'll just introduce them because of time, and then we can go straight away and begin to have the discussion. So, Professor Mullah is just walking in. He's a professor of biochemistry, and he is the dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology. So he is my dean, and he's from academia. He loves multidisciplinarity and work with industry, so we shall get to hear a bit about him. Then seated next to him, I'll just go the way it is Lydia Zachary. Now, Lydia Zachary is a PhD student at the School of Business. Right now, she, with others, is going through an innovation fellowship mounted at Center for Computing and Development at the Department of Computing and Informatics. And it's a 5 to 6 months fellowship, and they are actually given some difficult industrial challenge, and they try and come up with a solution using problem-based learning. So she'll be telling us a little bit about that. So that's Lydia. Then next to her is Charity, where you are. Now, Charity is a senior research manager at IBM Research Africa. And their mission is to develop innovative and commercially viable technologies and to impact people's lives. She got a PhD from Xavier University in the US, and she has a few patents to her belt, but let's not go about that. She doesn't talk about it. Just basically around cancer risk, cancer diagnostics and stuff. That was basically her background. Her present assignment, and we shall be coming to that shortly. The next two. Her present assignment, and we shall be coming to that shortly. The next two is you already had him. He's Andrew Masila. And I will not say many things about him because you shall hear him a lot, but he is in charge of innovations at Safaricom, and he has a big vision of how he sees Safaricom coming to work with academia to solve challenges and come up with innovations. And then next to Andrew is Amy Chilchu. So she's a science, technology, and innovation advisor, and is the deputy head of the East African Research and Innovation Hub based in Nairobi. And she leads the science, technology, and innovation team at that level. She works for the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, a country office. That's the organization that basically from the British government that gives aid, the former DFID, that's what they're called today. So we're glad to have you all. So I think we will not take any more time. You already heard from Dr. Aya, so I think we shall just shortly begin our discussion. So, okay, I don't know, maybe it looks like I may have to be here, unless a mic is brought, then I can be able to join them down. So the topic today is The potential of problem-based learning in fostering innovation through academia-industry linkages. So that seems to assume that we should have academia-industry linkages, and it alludes that perhaps some value can come out of this. But academia-industry linkages have been very elusive. Professor Mullah, why has that been the case in the past? Academia, we've not been able to work with industry, and industry seems to say a few things about us. There's such a disconnect. Why do you think there has been that lack?
I don't think I have an answer that would really talk to that, but from where I sit now as a dean, it's something that we are trying to do. We don't have a tradition of it, and so it is something new to us. The way we were brought up and trained is that you stay at the university and you only go out to look for a job in the industry. And if you look at the University of Nairobi, the way it's structured, we have a very clear boundary between us and the CBD, and the CBD has a very clear boundary between itself and the industrial area. And so for you to go to industry, you needed to cross the CBD before you go to industrial area. And you would not just go and find yourself in an industry by accident. You needed to make an appointment, because even now when I go to industry, there is normally a gate, and unless you have an appointment, you will not even go and see what industry does. And that was, of course, because we don't have a tradition of filing for patents. So that was probably a way of protecting, the industry protecting itself from academia. Because the fear, some of the industry processes are so simple that if you see and you are just told in a few words, you will figure out what it's all about. And so they thought maybe they were more vulnerable. And so they kept academia away from themselves.
Okay.
And then, of course, the lecturers probably, they wanted to play that role so that they are the only ones who can let you get close to industry. And so they kept the students even further away from industry.
Thank you very much, Prof. Interesting thoughts there. And he's painted up with a broad brush. Looks like there's some bit of suspicion and a lack of close working together. And I think from what we started hearing yesterday, that ought not to be the case. Dr. Amy, some interesting work you're doing, and perhaps that will come later. But from your thoughts on the work that you're doing, why do you think there is that disconnect and lack of working together?
Thanks. I really like what he said. Just infrastructure, access. A while back, we were reminiscing with Dr. Kiongo about our experiences studying abroad. I studied for my postgraduate in Germany, and I think you're in Belgium and Israel. And the fact that when you arrive, you realize the city is part of the university. You don't even, there's no gate, it's integrated into the city, into the life, into the community. So I think there's a problem there around infrastructure, whether it's soft infrastructure, the pedagogy, the curriculum, or the physical infrastructure. Like you said, there's a gate, there's a security. And I think what that does, it also builds that barrier. And noting that there's already a bit of mistrust between academia and industry, And that stems from a lot of things. You touched on a bit of them, just skills, soft skills, if I can say so. Are you able to deliver? Am I assured of the quality? Will you adhere to timelines? Communication skills, so just basic skills, very basic skills. The other one, you've touched on it a bit, is around value. Do we have the same understanding of value? Private sector industry is looking for the bottom line. They're looking for certain values to be driven out of that collaboration. Academia has its own, incentives for engaging the industry. Do we have that same understanding? Do we have a framework for how we derive value from that relationship? And I think this is one of the things that has been in discussion for a long time. A while back, I was doing some work for the World Bank, and we actually dug this paper out from that experience, and we were trying to establish a student-centered university-industry collaboration. We visited a couple of universities, talked to a couple of industries, Safaricom, MasterCard, a wide set, including IBM when we came over. And those were the same things that came up, just trust. This is a trust economy. We trust, I trust that you will deliver. I trust when I sign a contract, all these things. So there are some really, understated ethos that I think need to be incorporated into how we learn. When I went to university here, the local university for my undergraduate, the three lectures that I remember were entrepreneurship, creative and critical thinking, and communication. Those are what stood out for me as common units. I think this needs to be, incorporated across learning, and also, not just in the first year, but across the 4 years and even after you finish university. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a lot to talk about, but Amy has mentioned something interesting, charity. Do you want to describe, those gates and those whatevers? Describe your university, Pad University, and the town and the city, and just that space, that ecosystem. Just expand it a little bit.
Thank you. I think the description is quite similar to what Emmy has described. I think for me, one of the things that was really outstanding in the university I did my PhD at was a very strong connection between the university and industry, but also a very particular view that the university saw themselves. And I think even in Kenya, that was the view that the university is actually the cradle of innovation. So when you're talking about patents, there are professors who are very intentional about what we are doing needs to have relevance for the world, and we want to create patents. We want to understand what's happening in the world. And so if you now look at, for example, the US technology innovation space, or even the drug discovery space, a lot of the basic research and innovation actually happens in the university. So that way, industry is forced to go to the university to be able to understand and to be able to collaborate, because they know that that's the source of their future innovations that they can collaborate on to be able to commercialize. So I think that's something that we don't necessarily view the university as, and I don't know if the university views themselves that way, that it's not just industry, you going to industry, it's also industry being forced to come to you because you're creating innovations that they like. And I think that has to do a lot with how you structure certain programs, so that way people can actually be able to spend the necessary time to innovate. So if you're looking at like drug discovery, tech innovation, those are time-intensive programs. So you also have to think about how you structure them so that you can create the necessary environment for people to innovate, so that you start to draw industry. I think the second part I would talk about is creating industry perspectives. Is also a lot to do with how you incorporate industry conversations. So that when I'm graduating from undergraduate, I understand fully that problems don't come neatly packaged as they show up in the exam. Most problems are interdisciplinary. part of the problem is actually figuring out what the problem is. So if I define it for you, then I've already kind of taken away a particular experience, versus if you go and have to listen to somebody in industry just describe an amorphous situation, and now you actually get that experience of actually trying to figure out what is the problem, working with your friends to define it. So I think there's quite a number of things, but the environment is there for us to be able to do that.
Thank you so much, Charity. I know Aya is smiling because some of the things that are coming up, but before I rope her in, she didn't mention that for Purdue University, it's right in the center of the city. And someone told me that they wondered, how can you have a university in the center of the city? And they were told that the city grew out of the university. The city literally grew because of the innovations and the startups and the spin-offs and the companies. Now that's some interesting synergy, okay? Interesting thought there. But we can be there for a while, but let's just move on. And I want to ask Aya, from your experience, because like you right to mention to us, there's quite a lot happening, and how could PBL be a channel or an instrument to catalyze this linkage from your experience in Finland?
Thank you, Sam. I think there were really good contributions from three of you, and especially Professor Mulla. That hesitation in his answer, that what the reason is, that was among every single staff member of ours when we got this thinking that you have to start working very intensively with the companies. We had the tradition of doing things in a certain way, and walking backwards all this way, that suddenly you are not in a classroom where you slam the door shut and tell now my lecture starts, but you have to be hand in hand with some company. Where do I find those companies? Who trusts in me? All this rocky road we have been through to this kind of system that at the moment we are getting more demand from industry than what we can serve. More companies are contacting us. We can't take everything anymore in. But that rocky road, that was rocky. So something that has not been mentioned here is or mentioned very, very kind of weakly, is this quadruple helix, because it's policy issue as well. It starts from the government. They want our society to continue supporting its people having happy lives. So they want to use every single penny they invest in productive way, and the thinking is that we have to do it together. So our funding is tied us being able to serve the society. The better we serve society, the more money we get. So it's very simple. It's not always our will. Then we have to remember this issue that university or companies, to find the win-win. Companies, especially big companies, they're not dependent on university. Someone said yesterday, we can go abroad and recruit if we don't get from here. So it's us to prove that it's worth working with us. So, of course, companies can be trying to help, but still in final end, SMEs are the ones suffering. Big ones, they survive without, even if the university. But what happens in my country if the university does not serve the society? You merge to someone and you disappear. That is what happens. For us, this has been now up to best understanding. We have a research unit of 60, 70 people doing research how to teach well, how to build the 21st century curricula. That's our solution. It's not only our university. Other universities in Finland are doing same. Everyone is looking for ways to serve the society the best possible way, and we use our money, what we have, best working together. 1 + 1 is more than 2 if you work together. So we have more than 1,000 examples every year that how we work with companies, and that is for societal development, because companies provide the work and people pay taxes, and that's how my hospital's bills are paid and how my education is free. So it's a circle, or it's this quadruple helix, but it starts Not only university, it has to be the policymakers as well. They, in final end, give the guidance. Universities have our autonomy, but only to some extent, because the money is in someone else's pocket. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's very insightful. I want us to begin talking about innovation. Every time you think about innovation, people think about tech, and they think about blockchain, they think about, the latest cybersecurity and stuff like that. Maybe that's, but another aspect of innovation is not just about services and products, but it's also about producing people who are innovative, producing people who are able to innovate and create and come up with these services. So now, industry has accused us that we produce half-baked graduates who, when they go outside, they take like 2 years to actually be trained. I'm looking at Andrew because their company has had lots of different innovations around services and products. And I think you have a very well-trained workforce. Andrew, kindly tell us, is there some truth to this? And be candid and open that we produce graduates who are half-baked, who don't have the skill sets that you are training to be creative and to create for you and for industry.
Thank you very much for that question, and I'd like to take the question and merge problem-based learning with innovation as well. At Safaricom, we are very customer-obsessed, and this comes from use of data and analytics to take a decision. So our decision to be at Nairobi University supporting the Nairobi Innovation Week is backed by data. So it's not an assertion. It's actually based on data that we see. We do engage the students, and we are saying, as industry, we have to take action. And the action that you are taking is actually being on the ground, supporting, including sponsoring this event. Now, I'll hold on that thought for a moment and try to connect problem-based learning with actually innovation. When you look at traditional ways of learning, you're basically told what to do. In problem-based learning, you are taught how to identify a problem, look at the problem, and actually solve the problem. Now, when you look at the future, it's very uncertain. So even for an organization like Safaricom, it's threatened if it doesn't look at problems of the future and try to solve them. So it's not only in academia, it's global. And when you look at the premise of solving problems, that's the heartbeat of innovation. And that's where innovation stands in, to solve for an uncertain future. Now, I like the quadruple helix that you're talking about. And our approach as Safaricom, we're looking at the academia, government, communities, and also the industry. And the simple message we're saying in the quadruple helix is not saying one party is not playing their part. It's saying it's based on global citizenship, where once you get into the quadruple helix, you are all collaborating together. You're working together to solve a common problem. And that is what actually makes the quadruple helix work. So in this partnership, for instance, Safaricom and UON, we are working together to actually solve a common problem. Now, when I come towards the issue of now half-baked graduates, whether it's an assertion or a fact, and I begin with data, at Safaricom, we embrace what we call the 70-20-10 learning model. And it stems from 70% of practical, 20% is mentorship and coaching from someone who's well advanced, and 10 is what you'd have in a normal classroom. So that's what we've done for internal staff. And the same action we are saying, can we extend this to universities? And regarding the issue of whether we have graduates who are half-baked, well, in the quadruple partnership, then we're saying that might have been a problem in the past, but what are we going to do going into the future? So we've taken a very deliberate action in this particular Nairobi Innovation Week. If you go to our booth, we are doing something interesting. Our booth is about digital talent and skills. So we are here to talk to the students and faculty. What are the critical skills in the future? What do you need to augment? Because when you talk about curriculum review, it will not happen overnight. We'll start by augmenting, we continue enriching, and once we have full stakeholder buy-in, then we can actually go to full curriculum build. So that's the specific action we are looking into this. And I was glad when we launched the agricultural research facility, because that embraces the 70% of the 70-20-10 learning model, and also the partnerships we are forming. So there's hope for the future. In the past, it could have been an issue, but I invite all, right from the students to the faculty, government, other industry players who might be listening online and are here. Let's partner to make this thing a reality. It is doable. We don't have to boil the ocean. Let's start with the space that we can control and make the quadruple helix work for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now, Andrew is painting the future, speaking vision. But people have to believe you. Why should we believe you that we're getting there? So I wanted us to walk slowly. So let me ask Charity at IBM Lab Africa, when you receive students as graduates, is it true that you actually take 1-2 years to actually train them? Let's be candid about it. And I'll also ask him, is it true that that is an issue and that you have to actually take some time to mentor them, to train them? And you're actually using resources and people to actually do that? And you know.
So let me start by, I hope you can hear me. Yeah. Let me start by highlighting. So think about a typical undergraduate, and since I work at IBM, let me use a tech example. So they finished their Bachelor of Computer Science, and today you know the breadth of topics that they will learn there, right? So, and it's important that they learn that breadth because that creates the foundation. If I now hire that individual purely as a software engineer, there's a level of specialization that perhaps maybe they took 3 or 4 programming classes, right? Now I'm asking them to do this from a full-time perspective. So it's understandable that there's a certain level of training that they'll be required to take to deepen their skills there, because now they're getting to some level of specialization. So that's one point, right? A second point is that for some of those ones, as I said before, they maybe learn only in the classroom, very theoretically. Now I'm asking them to work on a problem that either requires some level of interdisciplinary components, or 2, that requires some level of soft skills that they have not had the opportunity to demonstrate or to practice. So there's just level of mentorship there that you have to spend the time to do, because that's not the way the classroom is set up. And I think that's what Prof has been describing, that the more you do some of these things when they're in class, they start to understand how does industry actually operate. So yes, you can teach someone a communications class, unless they get the opportunity to practice it. When they come to industry, somebody will actually have to mentor them about how do we present, how do you make your presentation more impactful, etc., etc. The last part, I think, has to do with the pace at which, at least in the industry that I'm in, the pace that technology is changing every day. So there's also some level of mentorship there. You have to do some level of training. You have to do, because those changes are happening at a faster pace than the curriculum is changing. So do you want to call that half-baked? Do you want to call that
additional training that they have to be so that they can be work ready. I think the choice is for us to make, but I think creating the tighter partnerships with industry starts to bridge that gap, so that it's much smaller, so that you start to get people who are much more comfortable to produce very, very soon after they start their job. But I think for me, part of it is looking at all of those components that I have described.
Thank you very much, Charity. But I think what's coming out is there's some skill sets that are either not there or need enhancing. I've had things are moving so fast. For instance, I work with departments of computing and informatics, and I think we think there must be something perhaps we're doing right. You know, the likes of Andrews and Charity. I mean, I think they take our graduates and now they're Microsoft. So I think there must be some, but things are moving so fast that there's no way we can train them to actually be able to do this. So I guess some of the things that they have to actually be learners, they can actually learn to do things. There are those soft skills, there are those working in teams and stuff like that. So clearly that is something that I think is needful. Lydia, you're a student and you are a PhD student. You've gone through so-called traditional learning, and now you found yourself in this fellowship that we're trying to have, and you are going through a problem-based learning. Maybe you would tell us, how would you think that problem-based learning can help learners to acquire these skills?
Thank you, Dr. Sam. Indeed, there's a very big difference between the traditional learning and the problem-based learning. One thing I appreciate now much more about the whole aspect of learning is that, you know, comparing to traditional learning where you are told about a problem and told how to go about it, and probably at the end given a case study to illustrate its application. In PBL, problem-based learning, there is more of constructive and collaborative learning. You are given the opportunity to immerse yourself into the problem, get to, you know, partake the journey of, let's say, the user, you know, get to hear what are they saying about their problem. What is it really about their problem? So you are given a problem, and you actually taught through the whole process of solving that problem. So it's like a drive-through into that problem solving. So there is a lot more of learning. I have acquired research skills and even the capabilities of, you know, getting to address a problem. Yesterday, Dr. Mwansa said that we should love problems, and problems are good. They actually equal to opportunities. Without problems, I think life would be boring, sorry to say so. So our life is all about problems, and what makes it interesting is this whole aspect of trying to solve the problems. So myself as a student, I've enjoyed this journey because I've acquired skills of, you know, creative thinking skills, the whole aspect of being able to work with a diverse team, because like in my team, we are students from very diverse background. I'm a student of PhD student of entrepreneurship and innovation. We have students who are psychologists, economists, you know, and being able to work together as a team and, you know, work towards solving a problem. The interesting bit, Sam, is that at times you're given a problem, and PBL has taught me not to imagine that that is actually the problem. You have to go out there and try to understand, empathize, ideate, you know, define this problem, ideate, come up with probable solutions, the prototype, and test them, and actually go back and try to find out whether this is actually working. So the whole aspect of having the user in the whole circle is more critical. And I think problem solving or problem-based learning is actually the key ingredient to successful innovation. And I'm so privileged to be part of this journey. And I represent the views of many students, my colleagues, whom we are working with. in this problem-based learning approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish you had the whole morning to talk about this, but time is running. But we need to just okay. Aya wants to say something.
Yes, please. I really want to recognize what Lydia just said, because having been through this kind of process, you, in very theoretical terms, you managed to describe the essence of why problem-based learning is so critical. So really, I want to applaud your contribution. But I also want to pay attention to what Sam said when he started this round, is that we easily glory the people that do really the startup that become whatever giants in the world and have patents. That's part of it, and like Sharon said, there's always university research behind them, something that we have to recognize, that they don't come out of nothing, they come from the work we are doing. But at the same time, when these become somehow that we know them, we have to recognize, like Sam says, that everyone has to be developed up to the potential to flourish and contribute, because innovation is more than these big companies. It's me doing my regular daily work well, solving my little problems in a good way. Every single one. And that's the beauty of problem-based, because if you have it as a mainstream, everyone gets these skills. And then some of them become something special. But we are special in doing our daily work well, every single one. And that is needed, and we have to remember this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I'd like us to speak to innovation a little bit. Let me prime you up front. Prof, you get into this, and Amy, and also Andrew, and just speaking to this very, very briefly. What is the one ingredient you would say that makes innovation successful? What divides between successful innovations that ultimately get into products and services and industry and earn money, and those ones that powerful innovations which ultimately fail? What is the one thing that you would say, Prof, is key to making sure that this innovation ultimately gets adoption, uptake, use? What the one thing, from just very briefly? what is that? Yeah.
I would say the policy environment.
Mm-hmm.
You said only one thing.
Okay, one thing.
So if I were to put my money in something that will make it happen, I'll put it.
Okay, fine. I hear you, Prof. But you're talking about the process. Okay, policy. Right, thank you. Atrice is saying policy is critical. Amy, what's the one thing that should be there for adoption, for uptake, and for this innovation to actually, what is that thing that innovation needs to have addressed, so that when I bring it to Lydia as a customer out there, they'll be able to actually take it and begin to use it?
I don't think there's one thing, for sure. That's the all-time question. But I don't know whether we remember how she started her introduction. She said we're an entrepreneurial university. So for me, that, if I was to answer a question, I'd say mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Kenya geographically has all the attributes. We are known to be innovation cradle or hotspot, whatever you want to call it. Have good universities, fairly good business environment, all of these things. We speak English, all of these attributes. But like you said, there's something missing. What is that? And I would say mindset. There's a big shift that needs to happen in our minds. You'll find, very innovative young people, but they're not thinking entrepreneurially. They're just doing it a good thing. So I think there's that shift that needs to move from research, the lab. Not all research is going to move towards innovation and tech and all of that stuff, but I think there needs to be a certain shift in the mindset.
Thank you. Now, before Andrew comes in, I want to paint a picture here. She just alluded to it. We are called the Silicon Savannah. In case you didn't know, go check it out. Now, especially in the space of fintech, we're churning out thousands of apps which are going on the minute stores. But he talks about data. I would probably want to ask him, how many of those apps that are being uploaded every day how many are downloaded, and how many actually get to be used? I'll save you all that. Many are downloaded, but lots of them actually don't get used. These are very powerful, very interesting applications that are there that are actually being used. A few years ago, there was some mundane, down to earth, not very innovative service that was rolled out by Safaricom. And Kenya is famous for it, M-Pesa. And right now I'm told, if you delink M-Pesa from Safaricom, M-Pesa will take a lot of Safaricom with it, right? So maybe Andrew start there. How come M-Pesa, which is not this tech, a high whatever innovation, took off, and it was, and ultimately have begun, what is that caused Kenya to actually embrace M-Pesa and actually go with it? What is it which was addressing that caused it to be so attractive to us, and ultimately we are heaped together with M-Pesa?
Thanks for that question. And I think I'll start by saying, when you look at M-Pesa as a platform for Kenya, the approach initially was not to really bring a product to the market. It was to solve a particular need. And that speaks to what makes an innovation to go viral. Yesterday we had a masterclass that talked about, why do you start that business? Is it to buy a Range Rover and go and live in Lavington? Or are you solving a real problem? Now, when you look at M-Pesa, it actually started within the microfinance space, and the intended use was even not predetermined back then. And what happened is it came in as a platform, and I'll be talking about the platform economy. It came in as a platform, and when it landed in the hands of the users are the power to the innovation. We started seeing a substitution where previously we'd send money to a country using buses and various other transport means. And that became a need that was instantly met by M-Pesa. When you think about it, it cut the time between thinking of an idea, let's say you are building a country, to transferring the funds. So it met an unmet need back then. And what has kept M-Pesa growing, of course, it's the support from Kenya, but ultimately when you look at Safaricom, which has innovation as its DNA, that is what has kept M-Pesa going. So when we talk about innovation, it's not about a one-hit idea. You have to keep refreshing it. Like you're saying, there are many apps that come up on a daily basis. So if you had something which was a hit this year, it's not a guarantee it will be a hit next year. So if you're innovating, if you're an entrepreneur, you have to keep on top of the game. And we are saying M-Pesa has become a good tool, and we have something exciting. You talked about many apps being downloaded and not used. So we have something interesting as part of continued innovation on M-Pesa. Actually, I'll speak to two things. One of them is the Daraja API. So we're actually enabling our customers and other developers to create with us. And we have over 49,000 accounts which have been set up globally. We have hundreds of businesses that have grown from that ecosystem. Why am I talking about this? As an entrepreneur, innovator, you have to think of how to empower the innovation ecosystem. How do you create the stairway back for the next innovator to come and ride on your innovation? And that spurred the next innovation around M-Pesa, which is the M-Pesa mini apps. And when you think about developing these apps, it's quite a process because you have to factor for Android, iOS, Huawei, and the many other phone operating systems. So based on data and innovation, we've created a platform for innovators. And this platform means once you get on board to the M-Pesa mini app, you have access to over 5 million downloads as a head start. So you don't even need to look for users. And you don't even have to deploy for Android, iOS, and all those things. It's been catered for. And this leads me to my final point as I'm making. Innovation is also about the platform economy that can scale. So the scalability, looking at the customer problem, but most importantly, look at your local problems. Before you go and solve a problem in another country, can you look at your problems? For instance, I like the notion about a university without gates. Well, when you look at those countries, they've invested in digital identity, cybersecurity, but ultimately there's also trust in the citizenship. So there are also tech building blocks, which I can even pose as a challenge. Can someone innovate? How can we have a university without gates? I think that was posed as a challenge, and I throw it back to the audience as I end there.
Thank you very much. But I think one of the things that is coming out very clear is that, I think someone talked about loving problems, is maybe the reason why M-Pesa took off is because it was solving a problem, a real problem, a critical problem, an urgent problem, and basically that is why it took off. Well, my colleague who was here yesterday, Dr. Mwansa, wrote a book called Money Real Quick, and he was able to talk to the senior executives at Safaricom about how they started. And it's amazing to actually learn M-Pesa did not start as M-Pesa. It was a totally different thing, addressing some space in the microfinance and micro-lending and that kind of thing. And that M-Pesa, the send money, receive money, was actually just an add-on. It was something they threw in there for those people who are doing it. But they are actually going to realize this is the innovation. Everybody started using it. And that's how come ultimately Safaricom wised up and said, hey, this is the thing. And it's completely transformed this country. So the main thing is that there was a problem that was existing, and this innovation addressed that. So it did not have to be using blockchain, which hadn't been discovered then. It needed just something simple, SMS, USSD, and it's taken off and now created all these different things. So the main thing is that there was a problem, there was a need that needed to be solved. And maybe before we move into the next two issues very, very quickly, so my question is, what is needed to create the next M-Pesa? Andre is not to answer that. What is needed to create the next M-Pesa? Aya.
Thank you. I think this question links very well to what I actually wanted to say when listening to your question, that where do the innovations come from? Because we don't know yet what is the next M-Pesa, but definitely something comes. But this is where the innovation comes from. If I try to put it on kind of development theory, kind of concept level, is that it comes back to this quadruple helix that the governance, the society creates, it enables, it gives incentives, it guides universities to do certain things, it enables, it creates an atmosphere where people feel comfortable becoming innovators. And then when the individual, through the education institution, somehow gets an idea that I could become an entrepreneur, or we push them. The 10% doesn't come entrepreneurs if we don't keep on feeding them with little by little, and one day they realize I could. So the system has a way to support. There has to be this mindset. It has to be on societal level, and then you develop the same mindset on individual level. And when these meet, one enables and other grabs the possibility. There it is. And very important thing there is the possibility to fail. Because if you're afraid, you can't do anything. Your brain doesn't work. You have to be somehow feeling comfortable. Okay, this didn't work, but I'm persistent. I try something else. So enabling the quadruple helix, being together, creating an atmosphere, a societal mindset. And then me as an individual taking the opportunity. There is the next M-Pesa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aya, for that. She read something very interesting, and we have some students in the house. You know, when you went to kindergarten, you were told, this is the right answer. But when you went to primary school, you get an answer that was a bit divergent. These days, they don't cane you. They put you down, they pull you down, they tell you, you know, what's wrong with you, and you're embarrassed in class. When I was in school, they caned you. If I failed one arithmetic, I was caned 1 cane. So by the time you get to high school, they can't cane you, so they embarrass you before you get it wrong. So you don't want to try, you don't want to be wrong, but if you can't make mistakes in innovation, you'll never get anywhere. Because innovation is a lot of trial and error and back and forth and iteration. So there's a mindset that needs to be created so that students can actually do something. I struggle today when I'm in class and I ask difficult questions and students just look at me because they want to give me the right answer. So that is something that, you know, for something came out very interesting. But let me ask, I have 2 more issues, and my time is up. And Professor has stood up, so she's telling me, give me a message. But I think this is important. Just to illustrate something, I'll ask 2 things, then we shall be able to wind up. Now, I was looking at Dr. Charity's bio, and something caught my attention. Before what she's doing right now, she was managing the public sector research team at the lab, which mainly focuses on developing innovations that transform government. And out of that work that they did when she was working with them, basically heading that team, it resulted in an unprecedented 75-point increase for Kenya on the World Bank Ease of Doing Business ranking. So there's something they did in there that transformed this space a little bit. And perhaps we can just very briefly think about it. What's needed to do this, and what is the process like? Just briefly.
Very briefly, and I'm super excited I'm sharing the stage with Emmy in that we got to do a bit of work on that. So the idea was that the business environment in our country needs to improve so that we can enable businesses to do what they do best, and also so that we can attract foreign direct investment. So the challenge was to try and understand the challenges that businesses face when they're starting up, when they're operating, etc., and then work with the government to improve those services so that they can be more streamlined, more user-friendly or citizen-friendly, so that they can be more efficient, and that way businesses can really thrive and do what they do best. And the way we're measuring ourselves was using the World Bank doing business ranking. Maybe the 2 points or 3 points I would highlight from that experience, I think it's, 1, we collaborated with a local university, Strathmore, so the team that I worked with, majority of them were coming from different disciplines, but graduating from Strathmore. The second part was there was a very collaborative effort between us as IBM, the government of Kenya, so the different ministries where, the business registration services, KRA, etc., and then the university students. So defining or understanding the actual problem, we had to spend a lot of time in government. We had collaborators like the World Bank who helped us to understand what best practice was, and then our contribution as IBM was from a process innovation perspective, from understanding what technologies would apply. But all of these things had to come together so that we could actually provide services that were going to be adopted by citizens, and that were actually going to make their lives, or businesses, their lives much easier. So the ranking improvement was just a measure of what we had done. That was a global measure, but the work was actually done in a very collaborative nature. And, if it was done from a classroom perspective, it would have fit very well with this notion of problem-based learning, because quite a number of us were actually new to the problem set, but we had different components that we were bringing in that came together beautifully to address the challenges.
So I wanted us to open up, but we don't have time. But she raised some interesting issues: collaboration, teamworking, co-creation, with a view to understanding that space, immersion, working with students, working with the government, and working at IBM Lab. Very interesting space in there. And, Aya is smiling because really that is the heart of PBL. And so I think that is brought it out. So let me do the last one, then we can be able to close. I'm almost sad because we may not go into a lot of some of the things we had in mind. But there's been attempts to catalyze the innovation ecosystem in this country. And perhaps this is part of the process. We have people like Kenya trying to come up with, and you have now these different whatevers. But it's very interesting because in universities you have this huge potential of intellectual capacity, and students and lecturers, and they're there to learn. So the potential is in there. And so some people have said, really what you really need is the two, that place being categorized so that we can actually begin to see them solve problems and come up with innovations. Amy, I think looking at your bio a little bit, it looks like there's some work that your team at FCDO is actually working with universities to try and categorize that space. So maybe as we finish, we just want to ask, what does this look like, and what needs to be done? What do universities need to do so that that happens? What is your data telling you? What is your research telling you? What's coming out of this?
Yeah, we have a couple of programs, and I'm actually very glad because I can see Professor Hutchinson and Professor Kinoti, who are part of some of those processes, where we're working very closely with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, trying to support the development of the innovation ecosystem. A large part of that is bringing in academia and tapping into what you said, you've alluded to, which is the intellectual, the knowledge exchange, the students, the academia, all of that. So we have one of the key programs, and I imagine maybe Dr. Mwansa spoke to it yesterday, which is the research to commercialization, looking at providing support to individual researchers to, again, think entrepreneurially. How do they commercialize some of the research outputs? Another part of that is looking at supporting institutions. How do they as institutions provide support to their own students, to their own lecturers, to that subsystem to enable innovation and businesses, spin-off startups, whatever it is. We have many other projects. Now that I think of it, I realize most of them actually are looking at, working with academia. We have one on open innovation, where there's a problem that is sourced from industry, from private sector, and then there's a different call for solution providers. So there's that effort to bring together industry and businesses, or industry and academia. We have one which is looking to bring in more participation from, that tapping into the quadruple helix, but at a much more grassroots level. It's almost a similar name. It's called place-based innovation. And we've launched this in Eldoret and in other cities in Nigeria and South Africa as well, trying to really tap into that very hyper-local quadruple helix system, and trying to break those silos between industry, academia. So what we realize is that there's lots of conversations that are not happening. There's also like a language barrier. So there's language that academia understands, publish or perish kind of language. Although Professor Hutchinson said innovate or perish, which is quite good addition to that former one. So there are many projects that we're looking to really learn from. Trying to work with different partners, and hopefully then we can share more learning as we roll out some of these projects.
Thank you very much. We have to finalize here, but I'd like to have just two thoughts from the academia on this platform. That is where we are today. We need to move to something else. We're talking about mindset change, we're talking about problem-based learning, incorporating PBL in the curriculum. This University of Nairobi, that's a huge thing. Changing mindsets of lecturers, curriculum change, I guess a bit of retraining. What needs to happen here so that we can actually move there? How did you do it in Finland? Because I understand in Finland lots of universities are actually using PBL. Can you just speak into that space briefly?
Yes, thank you, Sam. Yeah, we had to do this maybe 20, 25 years back, because somehow the education of that time, it didn't meet the needs of the society. So I can only repeat that it started from the government level. They started supporting the reform. I say supporting, they forced the reform. You can use whatever word you want, but everyone had to be on board, also industry, NGOs. This quadruple helix was invited, that what needs to be done. And then it was inside the universities. We had to rethink everything. The curricula, which was these emerging issues, I need this. No, you don't. You need this because companies are not recruiting me because what I know on ICT or agriculture. They're recruiting me because the potential they see that I can solve their problems. And it's these issues that we keep on repeating. And we had to incorporate them into the curricula. And we had to face the fact that I can't teach everything what I know. I have to focus on these skills and software to create the potential. So we had to redo the curricula seriously, but we also had to transform the minds of the staff. And this is now what we are doing in this project, what we are doing together, because if you tell that stop lecturing, it's not easy to stop lecturing. You have to know what do I do instead. So that's why we have the professional teacher training. And that's what we have been offering now also for Nairobi University staff. We are European Quality Framework Level 6-7 accredited institution. It's a science as such that how to move adult minds. So people have to go through these trainings. And I tell Egerton, I told it Sam yesterday, in Egerton they had the panel to review stuff for promotion. So those certificates of demonstrated learning were there on table to promote people that they have good teacher competencies, not they have been present, participated, something they have demonstrated their learning. So it's an institutional decision. It's a very high level and very demanding decision to mainstream it through the organization. And then we need, university cannot do it alone, industry is needed. We have to convince the industry that it's a win-win. But I see there's no problem here, industry is on board, they are willing to work. So because it happens together, we don't want to teach in a classroom. Basically, we don't need any lecture hall like this. We need comfortable cafeterias where people can work in teams. We need the premises where we can visit. So it's a completely different approach, which requires the enablers. They can use carrot and stick whatever they want. University management, when they make the decision, use the carrot and stick, and then people act. Sorry, it's a bit rough.
Thank you. As we, Professor Mullah, you have the last word. What do we need to do at UON to get in there? You've been around here a while. Just speak into it, and then you just close for us. We'll close.
I think you have seen the last few months, we have tried to go that route, and we are in court with the staff. As she has said, the curricula has to change. And it's how you change it. And as you have seen, what they call the stakeholders are ready to go to any length to safeguard their territory. Now, if you don't have a persuasive leadership, then you will need a leadership that then will take the bull by the horns. None of them is pleasant. But if we don't, the easiest thing would have been, of course, to change the curriculum, bring industry on board, because we have failed to go to industrial areas. So what we are proposing, can we bring industry from industrial area into the university? Now that requires a policy change and also the environment. If you talk to Safaricom and IBM, they are afraid to come to the university because they associate the university with riots. I remember one lady who had one eye, she was blind, and the reason was she was driving on one of our neighboring roads, and the students stoned her car, and the glass got into. So how do you convince such a person, and there are many, to come into the university? It's difficult. So that ecosystem has to change. But one way, of course, is to create partnerships, to create trust, so that industry can feel comfortable in the university, and then, of course, the students and lecturers can see value in this partnership. But the curriculum must allow that to happen. The current curricula does not allow that. The curricula allows you to stand the way we are now. You stand on this side, and you have an audience at the other side, and they listen to you. When I did some lessons in psychology, which is normally part of pedagogy, is that when you have the audience the other side and you start talking to them, you slowly hypnotize them. And then they are under your spell. And that has worked. You are able to do that with students for 4 years. And then it's only when you release them by giving them a certificate that they go away. And that has worked for hundreds of years. Now you want to change that the teacher cannot hypnotize the students. The teacher doesn't know what will happen to him. But you now need to give confidence to the teacher that, well, that is a good method, but you can also just have audience or dialogue with the students the way parents have dialogue with the kids. The kids still remain under their spell for up to 18 years, rather than this short one of 4 years, so that basically at the end you become partners.
Right, thank you very much. I wish we could go on, but we're way past our time. So I think we shall end here. Thank you very much, our panelists. I'm told we need to take a photo outside before you go for tea. I really want to thank you for coming and sharing your insights. So I'll just give it up to Professor Kinoti to take us from here. Thank you.
Okay, let's appreciate Dr. Sam Rohill and very engaging panelists for a job well done. Another round of applause. Asanteni sana. We would now like to break for a health break, and the tea will be served on the 5th floor tower. We will proceed there to take tea. We are already running late, like 1 hour late, so we will harass you to grab your tea there very quickly, and then we would want you to be here exactly at 11:30, because as I said, there is a speaker who we have delayed online 1 hour, who will be giving a keynote from Dubai. So if we harass you to take tea quickly, please understand. I'll now allow our panelists to leave the stage. As they leave the stage, a photo will be taken as we all proceed to the 5th floor for a cup of tea. Asanteni sana. Jipigieni makofi. You have done a good job. Thank you.
Hi, Karega. Hi, Karega. I see you're carrying some trophies, and I also met you exhibiting your innovation. Would you tell us about it and what?
Stop Fresh is a startup that is creating the fresh fruit supply chain for people and the planet in Africa.
You can hear us? So just tell us about your innovation and how you came to winning the awards you're winning and the steps you have going forward.
So thank you. My name is Kairo Karega. I'm a team member of Stop Fresh Africa, one of the founders. So we recently participated in the Halt Prize on Campus Finals for University of Nairobi, and my team won, as you can see, also proceeding to the regionals, and we won the Digital Skills Resilience Innovation Competition for East Africa. Our team is composed of 4 people. So basically our idea is all about recreating the fresh food supply chain for people and the planet in Africa. We realized there was a lot of food waste happening, especially from the farmer stage. So you get Mama Mboga, especially smallholder farmers who has like a quarter acre of land. She's growing cabbages, tomatoes, and maybe she has already harvested and she has less than 10 days to sell it. So what usually happens, middlemen take advantage of this fact and come to her, and she either has to sell the produce or the produce goes to waste. So most of the time, smallholder farmers sell their produce at throwaway prices because they fear it going bad and they don't have access to markets. So that's where StoreFresh comes in. So we're basically creating shared cold storage facilities in markets for smallholder farmers to be able to access them and be able to store their produce as they await for market. So Mama Mboga will come to, for example, Wakulima market, come with a crate of tomatoes, put her tomatoes in our shared cold storage facilities for 50 bob shillings a day. So and once she gets market, she can take the tomatoes, and we also link her up with the market. So you can go to restaurant owners and tell them, hey, you know what, we have 50 crates of tomatoes in our storage units, do you want some? So but that's basically what we do at StoreFresh Africa.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Thank you.
Christian, Goja. So we have the panelists and they are living.
So could you introduce them?
Yeah.
Kindly.
Okay, fuck.
This, yeah. So where are you going to broadcast it?
It's broadcasting currently on UNC TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, hi there. We're very happy to have you with us today. Would you tell us your take on the Nairobi Innovation Week? I saw you in attendance yesterday and today. How do you feel about it, and what are your expectations as the days go by?
Okay. So I come from Finland. I'm a University of Applied Sciences, and we are partnering with University of Nairobi in capacitating universities for entrepreneurship building among graduates. And I was very delighted to be invited here to share our experiences. And this kind of event, it's just a great opportunity for this quadruple helix we are talking, for the people from governance, people from society communities, people from business communities, and then the university staff and students to share ideas, thinking, views, values. That's the way forward.
Thank you very much. And what are some of the innovations you've had a chance to look at, and what are your thoughts on them?
One thing that I saw yesterday, I was only very quickly to the exhibition yesterday, but something interesting I saw, there was a company who was producing hygiene products like toilet facilities from local clay. And this links in my thinking to this issue of using local materials. I've been working in a project in Marsabit where making bricks from local clay. So there is so much potential. What I want to say with this example is that there is potential which can be used. And I was very happy to see that, because construction housing is a big issue. It's one of the big 4 agendas. There are local materials for that, and I was happy to see how they were utilized.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. What do you want me to do for you today?
Tell us about your participation in the Nairobi Innovation Week today. Okay. Hi. Would you tell us about your participation in the Nairobi Innovation Week today and how impactful it has been so far?
Thank you very much. I'm Andrew from Safaricom, in charge of innovation
And our participation was in a very interesting panel where we are talking about problem-based learning, and that is at the heart of innovation. Innovation is about solving problems, not just the technology that comes with it. As Safaricom, we realize that one of the ingredients to solve problems, society problems, and to be relevant in the future is digital skills. So with this partnership with the university, we are looking to actually have digital skills that will bring about the next innovations. But on a broader context, then we are talking about the quadruple helix, really bringing it to life. And quadruple helix looking at academia, looking at the government, looking at communities and tech hubs and the industries. How do you orchestrate them at scale so that we're able to deliver innovations with speed and really power the vision of this country? And when you look at the future, it's about digital transformation, and that's what we are here to power. So it was a really exciting panel, exchanging notes, and the time is right because when you talk to academia, other big players across international players in the digital industry, when you talk about government,
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So, hi. As the principal of Zalego, would you tell us your goal during this Innovation Week and the type of exhibition the types of exhibition you've been exhibiting this week?
All right. So, so the goal for Zalego Academy this week was basically to participate in the startup program. We are the appointed training partner for Amazon Web Service. And for Amazon, it's one of the big aspects is promoting startups within the Kenyan economy. So currently, because about a week ago, actually Kenya launched the Digital Master Plan. And part of the master plan, one of the main agendas is to promote startups within the local industry as we transition to cloud and support emerging technologies. So the government, business, everything will literally be centered on cloud services. And we feel that this is the right time for university students, the academia. This age is actually placed at the right season because they're the ones who will actually come up with these innovations. They're the ones who will actually take advantage of these new platforms that are coming up. Things like Internet of Things, things like robotics, things like blockchain technology. It's not us who are going to adopt this. It's the youth and the students who are in campus right now who we believe will pioneer the next transition, the fourth industrial revolution. Yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Thank you. Okay, hi there. It's really nice to have you with us today during our Nairobi Innovation Week. Would you tell us what you've seen and the type of innovations that have interested you, and of course the significance of this whole program?
I think the first one, which was yesterday, were the exhibitions. And they are very nice, very interesting, but they still remain academic. For example, you have the exhibition of Professor Mibei, where he has shown that the waste from tea can be much more valuable than the tea itself, because he's able to turn that into dyes that are much sought after by the textile industry. But how to turn that into a manufacturing, I think is still a challenge. Now, the only way maybe to get out of it is to bring industry in, because they will probably be able to like tweak it around so that it becomes a business or a manufacturing. The other one, of course, which has been dear to me for a long time, but the bean varieties. The gentleman Kimani has so many bean varieties, incredible varieties. Some of them I even tried to convince him to allow me to buy or commercialize. But I think the way we are trained and brought up is like somebody telling you he wants to adopt your baby. And no mother will allow that. But unless you let the baby go out and have his own family, sometimes moving in with maybe a girl or woman you are even against, they will not bring forth offspring. Now, those are challenges we need to overcome, but they are very interesting innovations, but they just remain that. I was told by somebody, you cannot commercialize innovation, but components of it can be commercialized quite often by a completely different person or entity. Now, we need to bring so many people so that hopefully some of those innovations or aspects of innovation can be commercialized, and then maybe out of those ones that are commercialized, they can then finance the remaining ones either for knowledge purposes or for skills, or eventually getting more of them commercialized.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you. As one of the people exhibiting during the Nairobi Innovation Week, would you tell us more about your product and the type of impact it has to society?
So first of all, I'm very grateful to the organizers of the event. It's been a very good event, and we are thankful for them. So basically, my name is Kipsindo Kibet. I work for a company called Sibyl Kenya Limited, and Sibyl is an ICT systems integration company. We deal with various products. Some of them we felt that it's good for us to showcase here. And the products are actually very innovative, and they were manufactured by an OEM called Huawei. I'm sure you're aware of Huawei. So these products are very good for learning institutions. So we show that we can actually show the learning institutions these products, and we believe this is the way forward. As the world is actually digitizing, the world is getting into a digital economy. Data is very key product currently in the market. So we have products that actually incorporate these solutions and make sure that the work environment, learning institutions, and all our lives become actually better. Yeah.
Could you give us some of the examples of these products you speak of?
Yes, we have one of our products that we are showcasing is what we call Huawei Idea Hub. So Idea Hub is actually a 3-in-1 solution. In the current infrastructure or in the current classroom setup, you normally have a whiteboard, which is actually just not smart whiteboard. Okay, so this Idea Hub is very good for classes whereby students, the lecturer doesn't need to actually after the lectures send handouts to students. You can actually write and then just by a click of a button you actually send the information to the students directly to the email. So it is very good. And also this Idea Hub you can actually do for e-learning. So it also incorporates video conferencing solution. So so it means if there is someone outside your classroom, you're able actually to access. They're able to access what is going on in the class live. Okay, you don't need to have it like recorded or something. So that the lecturer is able to have the students participate even on a remote area on a live in a live classroom. Okay, and also the same for an office environment. You can actually do it in an office environment. You can use the same solution for an office environment. So it has, you don't need to have a projector. It is wireless, so the system is actually
very innovative indeed. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, as a panelist, would you brief us on some of the most significant things you people highlighted during the discussion?
Well, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Now, we had a very interesting discussion about problem-based learning and let me say its pros and cons and comparing it to the traditional learning. And it was evident that problem-based learning gives opportunity to students to address real-life problems, which then really helps in even giving the student the confidence to face the problems or challenges that they come across once they're outside the university. Different insights coming from panelists who are from a very different, diverse background. We had people from industry, we had people from academia, and I was representing the students. I'm a research and innovation fellow at the University of Nairobi. But then what came out quite evidently is that problem-based learning is a human-centered approach that is really a key ingredient in innovation or in driving successful innovation. We realize that whatever challenges that the industry are facing, they need to partner up with academia in conducting the research, going through the process of coming up with solutions, which could be in form of products, in form of services, because an innovation is really an invention that is addressing a particular need or a problem and is easily adopted by the user. So problem-based learning comes in to make this really so easy and to work. So ideally what we are saying is that industry, academia need to come together and bridge that gap between, let me say, the universities and the industry, not making students feel that at the end of it, when they go to the industry, they are not told that you're half-baked, but actually they have that experience that makes them easy to easily flow or adopt into the working culture and working practices and solving the problems that the industries are solving in form of either the products or the services that they're offering. Yeah. Great.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. That's amazing. Thank you. Okay, hi Ian. Would you tell us more about your innovation and specifically the problem you identified in that field that you're trying to solve with your innovation?
Hello, my name is Ian. I'm from Speedy Tamtam. Speedy Tamtam is a food delivery app that is locally owned. What I mean by locally owned is that it is fully funded by Kenyans and Kenyans are the ones operating it. I've been asked a lot of times, how is it different from other food delivering apps in Kenya? First of all, I've already said that it is locally owned. The second thing is we provide other services apart from delivering food. So one of the services is family packs, when family packs and also buffets. So family packs is for small, like a family of 6, and you don't feel like cooking. Buffets, we can go up to 1,500 people. We'll organize everything for you and we'll bring you the food. We also deliver fresh food. We call it food on the go. We have partnered with other companies here in Kenya to deliver sausages, pork and smokies. Yeah, smokies. Almost forgot that. Smokies. So we'll deliver it to you uncooked and then you can cook. If you want cooked, we can also deliver that here.
And are you exhibiting today and tomorrow during the Innovation Week? Is it something that we should pass by and check out?
Yeah, so we were here yesterday, we are here today, and we'll be there tomorrow. It's an app. It's available on the Play Store and on the Apple App Store. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ian. We're looking forward to checking out your app. Thank you. Hi. I see you're from the Zalego Academy. Would you tell us more about your institution and what you're offering people who visit your tent today during the Innovation Week?
Okay. So my name is Lydia Midimo. I'm from Zalego Academy. So basically Zalego is a software development training institute, and what we do is we capacity build students in things to do with technology courses. So at Zalego Academy we have 3 pillars. That is, we have high school level, we have university level, we have corporate level. So at high school level, what we have been doing is basically nurturing talent and supporting innovations in students, where we identify talent at a young age and help that talent grow. The main objective of the bigger objective of this is we want these kids to actually start seeing problems of Africa and solving the problems even at a young age. And at the end of the training, normally we give them what we call a project-based a project where they identify a problem and solve that particular problem. So at university level, we also nurture talent, specifically with those who love technology, and we use what we call a project-based approach in learning, where we get projects from clients to use as a teaching aid. So the objective of that is we want the students to actually understand what the industry is doing, so that by the time they go to the industry, already they know what the industry is doing. So basically that is what Zalego does in terms of the training. And there's something that we are doing that is quite interesting. We have incorporated the inclusivity part of it, where we are reaching out to people who are differently able, so that we give them also a chance to participate in the workforce of our country. So recently we just partnered with the EPDK organization, and they sponsored quite a number of students who are enabled differently, and they did a course. So basically that's what Zalego does. And apart from that, we also develop softwares that provide solutions for our Africa. Yes.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us about Zalego, and we're looking forward to knowing much more about it. Thank you. Thank you. Hi there. Would you tell us your name and your thoughts on innovation and how
Hi there.
Would you tell us your name and your thoughts on innovation and how important you think it is among students and young people in general?
My name is Masila Lazarus. I'm from ICT Center. Well, innovation is the way to go, because it really brings in creativity to the students. It helps the students to think beyond the obvious things. Like, for example, the students will be able to use their brains to come up with new ideas and new products which can benefit the society. So in this world of IT, for example, the area where I come from, we cannot do without innovation. So we keep on innovating to remain relevant, because if we do not remain relevant, then we die. Yeah. So I think it's a good thing to me, because the students will be able to maybe challenge their minds, and also some of us who have been there will be able to guide them, because we believe the young minds, they are the ones who can take us to the next level. Because now, you see, some of us have been there for a while, and therefore it's like we are coming to the limit, we are to the upper limit. But now a young mind is able to see further now when it comes to innovating, depending on the environment. See, the environment is changing. Yes.
And you mentioned IT. What are some of the innovations you've seen during this week that are related to that field?
Well, I haven't moved around because I haven't seen what people have been able to do. I'm headed there right now, So I believe I'll be able to see things. So I'm optimistic I'll be able to see new innovations. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. Thank you. Professor Kinoti, this being the second day of the Nairobi Innovation Week. Okay. Professor Kinoti, this being the second day of the Nairobi Innovation Week, what would you say about it, and what is the progress in your perspective?
Okay, fantastic. This is the day 2 of Nairobi Innovation Week. The first session was very, very interesting because we were talking about how we can solve wicked problem in the society through innovation. What we have learned from the panelists is that we need, especially our students, we need actually to engage them to solve problem day one when they get into the lecture. Another thing I picked, which was very, very interesting, is that we don't even need to have class with walls. We just need to engage our student in an open space where we freely discuss about society-based wicked problem, and then as the professors, as the lecturers, we hear the student perspective in, we also contribute to that perspective, and that what that therefore means, the professors and the lecturers and the student will be co-creating together innovations that will solve society wicked problem. We were challenged, and because I'm speaking from a professorial perspective, we were actually challenged not to treat students as if they do not have anything they are bringing into table. We were challenged to ensure that in our lectures we are participatory, we bring these problems to the students, we do not even tell them that they are doing wrong, we allow them even to make mistakes, and then from those mistakes they'll find solutions that will solve society wicked problem. So mine as a professor, I think I'll be looking at even teaching from a different perspective. We'll be co-creating lessons, we'll be co-creating ideas, we'll be putting ideas and problems in front of our students and giving them an equal opportunity to actually come up with a solution. So today, it's a very powerful day where we have gotten very powerful insights that students should be solution creators. And as a professor, and I will speak on behalf of other professors and the lecturer, that is something we will deliberately and intentionally take up to ensure that our students, from day one, they become solution creators in the society. This, therefore, will create opportunity for the generation now, and you create opportunities for the future generation. We are speaking about innovation and entrepreneurship to ensure that we expand opportunity for our children so that we don't shrink the opportunity for our children. They get educated and then they are saying there are no job. There are a lot of jobs in the space of innovation and entrepreneurship, and we are committed to change the paradigm so that we create innovative and entrepreneurial students. Fantastic, thank you.
That's beautiful, thank you.
Hi there. Would you tell us your name and how you feel about the Nairobi?
Hi there. Would you tell us your name and how you feel about the Nairobi Innovation Week so far? Is it what you expected? If not, what do you expect from it?
Hi, my name is Kristen Kerubo, and I'm a circular economy enthusiast and an environmentalist. So I'm glad that we are having this Innovation Week for 3 days, right? Yeah. So I saw that from the first session, there was discussed wicked problems. So that's an important issue to me, because some of the wicked problems we're facing today is we have the plastic pollution, which is number one. It benefits us, but as you can see, it creates another problem, a pollution problem, so that the state of the environment isn't that pleasant, together with most of it not degrading as fast as we could expect, yes? So I'm hoping that in the following discussions, we're going to have our students being enlightened on how they can shift from designing in the linear space into a circular economy, which is where we're moving towards. Yes.
And have you been able to see any innovations that relate to what you speak of?
Here? So far, I've not really seen that, because I'm actually looking forward to maybe seeing the panelists talking about us innovating and having the environment in our minds, not just designing for us to use and waste it afterwards. So, for example, we're looking at how can we innovate sustainably, products which after use, they're not going to be disposed almost immediately. So that's the kind of thing I'm interested in, and I'm hoping it can be covered in a broader way.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Thank you.
Could you tell us your name?
Hi. Sijambo. Could you tell us your name and your fields of the Nairobi Innovation Week and some of the innovations you've been able to see yourself?
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Waweru Kaka. Utaniruhusu nizungumze Kiswahili kwa sababu ninaweza kuwasiliana vilivyo na barabara kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Katika wiki nzima hii na mchakato huu mzima wa masuala ya uvumbuzi na wavumbuzi kuonyesha yale ambayo wamevumbua, ni mengi tu ambayo natarajia kuona. Sijaweza kutembelea vibanda kwa sababu vile unajua sasa pia kuna kazi zile za ofisini, lakini wiki nzima kutoka katika tajriba na jinsi ambavyo nimeweza kuhusika katika nyakati zilizopita ni kwamba chuo kinapata fursa ya kuonyesha uvumbuzi. Wanapata nafasi wale ambao wanazindua mambo ambayo yanasaidia pengine labda kuonyesha ama kutoa suluhisho mbadala kuhusiana na masuala mbalimbali. Wao wanapata fursa ya kuweza kuonyesha uvumbuzi huu na nafasi ya kipekee sana ya kutoa maonyesho, kukutana na wafadhili ambao wanaweza pia hata kufadhili miradi ambayo wanaanzisha, na ni mchakato mzima ambao unahusisha suluhu mbadala ambayo inasaidia binadamu. Kwa hivyo ni nafasi ya kipekee sana. Natarajia kuona mengi wakati ambapo nitakuwa na fursa ya kutembelea vibanda ambavyo vimewekezwa. Jua unapowasili katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, bila shaka unafahamu kwamba umewasili mahala spesheli na mahala ambapo kuna nafasi hizi za ubunifu na uvumbuzi. Naam.
Asante sana kwa kutuelezea hayo.
Karibu na nategemea pia utakuwa na siku njema na pia utafurahia wiki hii.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free.
The use of vigorous campaigning to bring about political or social change has made possible many outcomes previously considered impossible.
You can remember during 1982 that we had the multi-party stuff and everything. It was through the voice of the people that we were able to contain all that. So I think the students can learn from the earlier years. Their voice matters.
Through actions, many decisive moments have been birthed. Yet, when activism is replaced with fear or indiscipline, This makes many endure that which they must not.
I can remember there was a case where there are some students who were charged of robbery violence. They went to student center and took some sausages and chapatis by force, and they were arrested and taken. The guy took about 2 years outside.
I don't think if the strikes should be violent, because it will be of no help, because eventually they will be bringing more expenses to their parents, because their parents will be forced to come and cater for the damages that the students have done.
In our university today, activism is more than a collective action. It is very much about the individual being decisive in matters key to their well-being.
If one aspect of your mental health is hurting, then you cannot have equilibrium. You cannot have the balance to be able to sit and study as a student.
It is about seeking justice, not only from outside but also from within ourselves. For if dulled by the expectations that only external issues are the problem, we can easily become victims of our own mistakes.
Realistically, we are not going to bury our heads on the sand thinking that things are light with our students. Every month we are losing close to 1 or 2 students per month because of various issues. One is mental health, others committing suicide because of various issues that they are going through. And as the Dean of Students, we have a team of counselors that sits down, analyze issues and help students to cope up.
In respect to our well-being and our future, activism means guarding 2 frontiers. Foremost, we must be activists for those issues around us, whether gender-based violence or injustices or exploitation.
I have seen situations where students attack each other, where girls are attacked by boys, or we have had cases of maybe rape. I think those are cases that have been there. We have had cases of physical violence.
This requires us to be vigilant of how issues affect not just us, but also fellow students, as all of us are a community.
When a student is not well mentally, then definitely that calls for a lot of concern. And here we don't just talk about numbers, because the individual counts, even if it is 1 out of 100. For us, that's very important because we care about each individual at the university.
We must also see activism as a self-regulating issue. We must be alert to our internal flaws and the mistakes that this enable. We must guard against compulsive actions that threaten our capacity to enjoy our right or limit the right of others, do away with actions which make us vulnerable to injustices and aggressions.
Always understand that at the end of the day, your rights should not infringe on other people's rights. Because in this country, we have a constitution which guides people's rights. And at the end of the day, what happens is that when you think that you have so much rights, then you find yourself at loggerheads with either University of Nairobi rules and regulations or the government.
In a rapidly digital world, activism must rethink our social lives and engender those values which promote our digital well-being. Activism must be responsive to new threats such as online bullying, online risks, and online aggressions.
The internet has contributed to the social media. Students can talk online, offline, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, and there's a lot of cyberbullying. There's a relationship created within the Facebook context, and we have seen that because of those social medias, we have seen that if a girl has been disowned by a boy, there is a lot of issues that comes in that have been neglected or denied, and all that, and some of commit suicide. And therefore we have a section that is dealing with the cyberbullying relationship within the social media and how productive or counterproductive the social media can be.
Such activism must rethink the importance of shifting attention from activism as an activity reserved for others on our behalf to an activity that we must do ourselves, for ourselves and others. It is a continuous process. To the wrongs that need resistance, to the rights that need assistance, to the future in the distance. Give yourself.
There is always a way we can sit down and talk. Let's come reason together and things will work well. So let you not involve yourself in certain activities that can easily, jeopardize your academic work.
In case any student has any challenge, there are clear avenues through the Dean of Students office where they're able to be supported to ensure that they can be able to continue with their studies without any challenges.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free.
We have students who are very serious with their future. They believe that they need to be able to finish, get jobs and be a good citizens. But in every market, we have mad people. So at the end of the day...
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society.
And that we need to be well organized. And I can see Dr. Andero is here. Are we doing well in terms of organizing for the cameras? Okay, fantastic. So we'll be starting in a while. So thank you. Please settle in, feel comfortable. Our panelists, you can be chatting together. Yeah, just be chatting together. We're just waiting for one or two speakers to get in, and thank you. Yeah. So we are now ready to start. So we are now ready to start. And I just want to confirm with the ICT team whether our keynote speaker, because we want to start immediately and we invite him. Let's consult just to ensure that our keynote speaker will be able to hear him. Oh, yes. So Ahmed,
recording in progress.
Ahmed, you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear very well. I hope you can hear me too. You can hear very well.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you very well.
All right, we can hear you, and thank you. We're just testing before we welcome you officially to start your keynote, just to be sure that everything is set. So, yes, now we can start. We want to start this session, and today's session is a very, very interesting session The topic of this session is Ban Your Business Plan, a Startup Journey. And I was, when I was introducing the topics for today, I said I'm from business school because I'm a professor here and we teach how to develop business plan. So when this, I saw this session, I said this is a session I needed to sit very, very corrected to really understand sorry, how you can ban your business plan, a startup journey. And you can see Ahmed now is visible on our screen, and I want us to welcome Ahmed zooming all the way from Dubai with a round of applause. Karibu, as we say in Kenya, welcome and welcome. I'll give you this opportunity to start the keynotes, and I'll be very keen for you to introduce yourself and then tell us about this topic, ban your business plan. And I'm talking this way because I come from a business school where we elaborately prepare students, entrepreneurs on how to develop business plans. Without further ado, welcome. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Asante sana. Asante sana. And I just want to make sure everybody can hear me. So you are able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. So just to give you a little bit overview, a brief background about myself. My name is Ahmed Abdul Wahab, and I spent half of my life, the first part of my life in Germany, grew up and worked there for the government, consulting companies, and did an executive MBA in Boston, went back to Germany for a marketing company, used to work for Siemens Telecom, the big giant, and I moved to the Middle East to run Siemens operations. And then when I realized I was always building businesses for others, that's when I started to launch my own business. The first one in Switzerland, and this is what where I learned most from. And I want to take you through it in some of the slides. What was the biggest lessons learned? The biggest lessons learned was we did it traditionally by doing first business plan and then looking for investors traditionally, and then figured out, oh, that actually does not work. So we just did it the other way around, went to the US and Silicon Valley, launched business over there, and it went just very, very well. Having lived now the last 10 years in the Middle East, launching incubators, accelerators, and investment funds, we, together with some partners, 6 years ago, we launched an advisory firm where we advise big corporates and government entities how to successfully launch businesses. And we also support universities in the overall commercialization initiatives, helping students to come up with some ideas and really launch it correctly. That's a little bit, my background. What I want to do is in the next 15 minutes, give you an overview of how to successfully start a business. And the best way to start that business is literally as an idea stage entrepreneur. If you're in idea stage and you have not validated anything, the worst thing that you can do is coming up with a business plan in the first step. If you are a first-time entrepreneur and have not validated your business model. So let's go straight into the point. So let's figure out what makes a successful entrepreneur, what we used to believe. We used to believe that, for example, this is John. He is, let's say, John 34. He's a researcher or a student within the university in Kenya. John used to be an experienced senior researcher, or a very senior researcher. All his research experience built up some incredible, outstanding credentials. A lot of paperwork, a lot of research papers, patents, etc. So one day, John has the killer product idea, and we're going to talk about what was the killer piece in a minute. So one day he had the killer product idea. So John is experienced; he knows how to test this idea. How to test the idea is to do traditional market research, going to the library and doing some market research, etc. The research looks good. John moves forward to write a fantastic and detailed fiction book, what I call, a business plan. So John sits down and writes the 57 beautiful business plan with all the forecasts over the next 5 years. So based on the credentials, research, and the business plan, John has secured now the final piece, which is funding. Having secured funding, money in hand, John started to build his company. So he rents office space, hires lawyers, and it does all the things that a big company would do. So he makes headlines in every major newspapers, and he's invited to give keynote speeches throughout the region. John as a startup are now on the road. John is focusing now on developing the product because he knows exactly what the customer actually wants. Is he talking to customers? No, because he secured funding already. Why talking to customers? He secured funding. He did market research based on literacy background and based on reviewing what's in the library, etc. So John is focused on developing the product in a very isolated fashion as did before. So how many of you think that this business will succeed? No need to raise hands, just shout it for my audience. Anybody believe this company will succeed? That means no. Despite the research, despite this experience, I don't hear anything. That means no. Despite the research, despite his experience and the beautiful and colorful business plan, John failed. And there are some reasons for us to understand why it actually happened. Having had several startup companies, it is very important to learn from the mistakes of others. If we take a step back, what we used to believe that what you need to do in a startup environment is you have to use the right tools. For example, you have to use the right tools. Where can we get the tools? By listening to traditional business universities about commercialization and startups tools. So what I always say is that most tools taught in traditional universities and incubators and accelerators, of course, outside the University of Nairobi, they are all outdated. Why are they outdated? Because they're using old-fashioned tools. For example, universities use the traditional TRL, which is the technical readiness level, using the SWOT analysis, the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and strength, and the competitive analysis, and as well as the business plan. The problem with these tools for entrepreneurs at the idea stage or early stage is that all of these tools, they're presuming that we're living in a static environment. They're assuming that we can predict everything in the future and then nothing will change in the future and we stick to the plan. And that's the first problem that we have with tools that we're used to believe are the right for startup in the startup segments. So these tools might be great for big companies such as Safaricom and etc. because they're established, but for startups, it's actually very toxic because in a startup environment, we need completely different tools. The second problem is what we used to believe is the process. Number one, we used to believe you have an idea, you form the company, and then something in a magic happens in the middle, and then somehow you grow, and then you exit. If you look at specifically what happens in the middle, where the magic happens, this is where it comes in Germany with wishy-washy, that we don't know actually what's happening in there. So if we drill a little bit down, you see the below diagram shows you the stage of the venture development, and on top the funding. If you look at the stage of the venture development, it starts first with an idea, and then applied research, and then prototype, working prototype, and then somehow at the end you generate revenues. What it means is you do customer validation more at the end rather than at the beginning. And what we also used to believe is when it comes to the funding, the moment you start your business and you launch your operation, until you are cash flow positive, it's called the valley of death. So this traditional process, the outcome of this traditional process is that 90% of all startups never reach the third birthday. In other words, most startups fail within the first couple of years. And venture capital companies, they're also somehow just fund only 1% of submitted business plans. So if VCs fund only 1% of submitted business plans of early stage ventures, why is it that we are focusing on business plans in the first place? The reason is very simple, because these tools, they are amazing and great, but they are all done for big companies, not for early stage startup businesses. So what we used to believe is that besides for research and technical elements, for traditional students, what we used to believe is first thing what you do is you write a fantastic business plan. And that business plan, you write it in an isolated fashion, where you predict all that's going to happen next five years. It normally has a specific milestone plan. It also has a financial plan where you specify all the details, what's going to happen in the next 5 years. Assuming somehow we are able to predict the future for the next 5 years. Spoiler alert, we didn't even know that we're going to have today's presentation 1 week ago. But as early stage entrepreneurs, we are supposed to predict everything in the next 5 years at the early stage development. So once we write the business plan, we are told you're going to raise funding. So we do a pitch presentation. After the pitch, once you receive funding, what we do is we develop the product and also develop the alpha version and then launch the product. All of this happens inside what we call inside the building in a very isolated fashion, similar as the business plan that we have written before. And then at the end is then where once we launch the product, is then where we're going to focus entirely on customer development. We will focus on validating and verifying whether the product is actually fulfills the customer's needs and wants. But in most cases, if we do the traditional approach, we realize that most of the companies don't need the product and they actually don't even want the product, because it's all about an execution of a predefined plan that we have done some time ago. And that's the leading cause of a startup death. Knowing this, we can learn from it and doing it differently. So that is the wrong way of doing it. So the right way of what we now know is, having had several startup having now more data on how to successfully start a business, are the following. That's a summary of Steve Blank. He's one of the most well-known serial entrepreneurs, and he perfectly summarized what we now know how to successfully start a business. Number one, no business plan survives the first customer contact. Let me say it again. No business plan in the world survives the first customer contact. Whatever you plan at the idea stage is not going to happen afterwards. A startup, it's really a roller coaster. There's a lot of ups and a lot of downs. It's not just a straight line. There's a lot of up and a lot of down. What might work, for example, what might work this week, we have an idea, it's great, we start the product development. Next Monday, we have a meeting with a potential client, and the potential client says, I don't like it. The next one says, I don't like it. The next week, I don't like it. And then on Friday, you're almost about to give up your startup idea in the startup business, but somehow via a party or via your cousin or uncle, etc., you identify, that person works in a company that actually have a need of it. And then all of a sudden, everything changes. So that's why it is impossible to predict what's going to happen in the future as a very early stage startup entrepreneur. Or, as many of you know, Mike Tyson, the former heavyweight champion, as he said about the pre-fight strategies about his opponents, he said, everybody has a plan until they get in the ring with me, until they get punched. And there is no way as an early stage entrepreneur that you can predict all the punches that's going to come up ahead of you. And as an entrepreneur, there's going to be a lot of punches that's coming up. So that's number one. Number two, startups are not a smaller versions of big companies. They are not a smaller version of big companies. The tools that are great to use for big companies, they are toxic for small companies. So big companies, they know the customers well because they generate revenues and they have a product history. They know the specific products. So they can predict the future much better. But as an idea stage startup, as a very early stage startup, you have no customers and no revenues. So you are guessing. And number two, you don't have the product yet. So what you have is just a concept. So being in a complete different stage, you should use different tools that the big companies use, because it's a complete different market situation that you are in. Finally, startups, they need different tools in order to successfully launch a business. And what are the tools? So what we used to believe from yesterday's approach, where we do first a business plan and then product pitching, product development, and doing at the end customer development, if you do that approach, it's not going to be successful. That's why if you by chance have a business plan at this stage, if you're an idea stage entrepreneur, the best what you can do is literally burn it. So instead of doing a business plan in the beginning, we do it exactly the other way around. First, focusing entirely on customer development, and using the business model canvas in order to validate whether your idea is a real business opportunity, or as it might turn out, it might be a hallucination. This kind of approach is not a different or another approach of entrepreneurship, but this is a fundamental different approach how to successfully launch and commercialize new technologies and startup businesses. So there are three key principles that you should follow. Number one, instead of writing a business plan, you just use the simple business model canvas. It's one big sheet that you print out in an A3 format that shows you how to capture, deliver, and deliver value for you as a company and for your customers. I'm going to explain it in a second. The second is then customer development. Every element of your business model canvas, which is how to run your business, what you need to do to run your business, you validate. So you validate your customers, whether they are the right customer. Then you validate whether you have the right value proposition. Then you validate whether you have the right channels, the customer relationships, the key activities, resources, the partners, etc. And that's you do it in a very iterative process that doesn't cost you anything, but you're going to validate before you actually launch your product or launch your business. And the third is called the agile development. The agile development is, instead of doing the waterfall approach, like what big companies do, like the alpha version, beta version, the whole alphabet version, you develop this one feature, one piece. And with that feature, you test it, you develop the next feature. And you test it, you develop the next feature. This is how to successfully start a business. So the core of that is the business model canvas. Without going into details, as mentioned, the business model canvas is shows you how to create, capture, and monetize value. On the right side, you have to validate who are your customers. In the middle is the value propositions of what you're selling. The channel is how you get the value proposition to your customers. And then from your customers, how can you keep the relationship with the customers, called customer relationship. And then below is the revenue stream. How you want to make money? What's your revenue model in order to make a business, create a business? So the right part of the value of the business model canvas is called the customer facing part, and the left side is the internal and partner facing. So you have the key activities. What are the key activities that you need to do in order to create value and deliver value? What resources do you need? And then who are the key partners? You don't have to do everything by yourself, but figuring out who are your key partners that you actually need. And then finally, you have the cost structure. This is what you need to do in order to validate your business before you actually start writing a business plan or doing anything else. So you put down first your guesses, what you think, and then you go out, you validate. You do the customer development approach, you validate the customer part, value proposition, revenue stream, customer relationships, the channels, etc. Once you have validated it, then you can actually raise money, because then you turn hypothesis or guesses, you turn them into real facts. Then you have real facts. Once you have facts, then you write your business plan, because then your business plan will be based on facts rather than on fiction. Just very quickly showing you an example of business model canvas using M-Pesa that we all know. The customer segments are agents and mobile users. What is the value proposition? So the colors indicate the colors indicate, by the way, the relationship. So the instant money transfer for mobile users instant payment for mobile users, and as well easy to use. That is what M-Pesa provides for the mobile users. For the agents, it provides access to customer and easy to make additional money. And how they're going to get that to the channel is via web, mobile app, website, SMS, and social media. And how to keep the relationship is via customer support and self-service. And then how does M-Pesa make money? Via transaction fee and cross-selling. The key activities is the platform development, operations, marketing, business development. The resource that they need is the infrastructure, the network, and as well the brand assets. The partners are the agents, Vodafone, Safaricom, and retailers. The key cost structure, platform development, sales and marketing, staff, and agent commission. So just to conclude, let's go back to John, and that's how we concluded. Let's tell John 5 things that he did not know before, but now we know better. Number 1, business plans fails in startup in an early stage entrepreneurs, at the early stage where you have not validated your customers and your product. So sticking to a planning document works for the known future, but at an idea stage startup, it's not going to help you anything when you launch a business. So throw it away. Number 2, it's about the business model. So John should not focus on building the company by renting office space and getting lawyers, all of stuff. He should have focused on validating the business model and including the business model. That's what John should have been able to do so. Number 3 is think about alternatives. If you have a business model in your mind, you can actually come up with other business model. When you speak with customers and partners, you will realize that you need to be agile in your business model because you're going to get feedback from the market. Based on the feedback you get from the market, you can sketch and identify other business models that might be even more lucrative for you to go after. And number 4, go out and validate your model. It's very important. John should have not thought of himself that I know already everything and I already have money secured. Money in this case was actually toxic. So instead of focusing on I have X amount of money, how can I spend it? John should have focused on talking to customers, partners, suppliers, etc., in order to test each and every element of the business model and then pivoting if needed. That should have been his focus on going out and validating instead of developing the product. And number 5, after customer validation, and only after customer validation, you should build your company, never before. So you should never build your company before you actually have a working business model. Otherwise, if you don't do that, if you don't focus on validating your business model, what you're actually doing is the cash that you have, what you're doing is you're literally burning cash. And that's what I want you to avoid for you. So I went through it very quickly and tried to do it in 15 or 18 minutes. For all the entrepreneurs out there, use these tools to successfully launch amazing businesses at the University of Nairobi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Almed, for that very illuminating. Thank you very much, Almed, for that very illuminating presentation. Your headline or your title catches us up, so we can't be able to listen. Let me just thank you very much for just showing what has been and what now is presented as something that practically is able to move us from the idea all the way to a successful startup. So thank you very much. We truly appreciate that. So we just want to have some time to discuss a little bit around what Ahmed has been able to share. And so we'll ask him if he has time to just stay in there. This will not take long. We should finish briefly, but before us, we have some startups. If Sarah Mehnaz from Anissa Taxi, you're here, kindly just join us up on front, because You're meant to be here, so just that we didn't connect before, so we can start together. Anissa Taxi, so if you're here, kindly just come in front. But we want to just introduce our panelists. Before me, the one closest to me is that's Kenneth Gwantai, and he's a founder and CEO of AutoTrack East Africa Limited. I don't want to come in here and say what is not, so I'll give him a chance to basically tell us who are AutoTrack, East Africa, and what they do. Then seated next to him, we have Mesongo Sibuti, and he's a co-founder. He's one of the co-founders of Market Force. Now, if you're interested a little bit around the space of tech and startups and funding, I'm sure the Market Force is not strange to you, but I'll allow him to just come in and tell us what is Market Force and what their journey has been. Then next to him, we have Samuel Njuguna, and he's a founder and CEO of Chura. And so it gives me great joy to just welcome them to come in. And I just want to go straight away to just allowing them very, very briefly to basically introduce themselves very briefly and just tell us what your company is and the product or service that it's actually offering. So we'll start with Kenneth.
Thank you very much for that introduction. My name is Kenneth Gwantai. I am the founder of AutoTrack East Africa Limited, a Kenyan startup that was started in the year 2015 with a view to manufacture electric mobility. And I am aware that majority of you have seen a tuk-tuk, an electric tuk-tuk that was recently launched at the National Youth Service. That is one of the products that we are manufacturing in the country. And also we have set base in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, where we are doing a pilot on the same for the UN, whereby the UN wanted to pilot electric mobility with some few startups in the world. And our company was selected in East Africa to represent Tanzania, whereby in Africa they selected Kigali and Tanzania, but unfortunately in Tanzania they were not doing any electric mobility, so our company replaced Tanzania. So that is basically what AutoTrack is all about.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. You'll come in later on to be able to share with us a little bit of detail about AutoTrack. Professor Hutchinson, are we allowed to brag a little bit? So the next two CEOs of these companies, I was privileged to hypnotize them a little bit. I was their lecturer. We were our students at Department of Computing and Informatics, and by God's grace, they're out there. They're already, lifting the flag high of UN. So next to him is Mesongo Sibuti, and he graciously agreed also to come and just share with us. So Mesongo, just kindly just introduce yourself and just tell us who is Market Force, and what are they about? What services are you guys offering? Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so Mesongo Sibuti, co-founder and CTO at Market Force. I think, as is mentioned, very pleased to be back to the University of Nairobi. Actually, myself and my co-founder, we were both went to school at the School of Computing and Informatics in Chiramo. We were very privileged to be among the first founders to actually go through the C4D Lab program, which really encouraged us to pursue the entrepreneurship journey. As you've heard, the entrepreneurship journey always morphs. So the product that we were running at the C4D Lab actually died. But we didn't give up and were able to come up with, other new concepts. So we used to run a company called Cloud9 XP that we actually exited to another Norwegian company that now operates in Kenya. And then we started off Market Force, which is B2B e-commerce that focuses on retail merchants. So that's your normal dukas. So we basically build an operating system for retail merchants that allows them to order for goods and services. So that's your sugar, unga, cooking oil, but on top of that, be able to become also distributors for digital financial services and therefore increase their earnings. So it's been an interesting journey. So far we've been privileged to grow into about 18 towns in Kenya and 4 countries across Africa. So we are very excited to be here to be able to share my journey and what I think that the university can do for you. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Msango, for sharing with us. So I'll ask Samuel to just come and share with us.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Samuel Njuguna. I'm also very privileged to be back here. I always say the cradle of my startup journey started here, and also having my lecturer here, Dr. Ruhi, who was my lecturer in terms of design. It's also another big privilege. So what I run, I wear 2 hats. I have one company called Chura. Chura basically deals with airtime distribution for companies. So if companies are distributing airtime to their agents or to their, if it's devices, car tracking devices, so we do that. And for that we are doing for over 100 companies here in Kenya and into Uganda. The other service that we do provide is a savings and investment app that is called Tunes. And the whole idea behind it is one of the things that we saw is there's lack of a so there's lack of a savings culture in our society, and the question was, is there a way we would create a platform that would allow you to save whenever you transact on your mobile money? So for example, as a student, if you go out in a restaurant and spend money, the app automatically tells you to save. Yeah, so it tells you some of the money you have. So yeah, it's called Tunes, and that one is on Google Play Store. Yeah, so thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of us, for just sharing with us. So we want to start getting into this space a little bit. Ahmed told us that you should ban your business plan, and that is not the way to do things. And so he gave us probably a slightly different model. But I think he talked about customer validation being important. I guess he's saying, hey, what need are you meeting? What value are you providing for the customer? And are they willing to pay for it? So he more or less said we should actually do this different. Now I heard you, Msango, say that you had a company died. And then you went into something else, and then into something else, and then there's Market Force. Maybe just to hear a little bit, in brief, your journey from that, that something died. Why did it die? What are you offering? What did you learn from that? And how has that catapulted you now to launching Market Force? Just that journey.
Thank you. That's an interesting question. Thank you. That's an interesting question. So, the idea that we had that actually saw a natural death was something similar to IFMIS. It actually started at the C4D lab. So we were doing a procurement automation solution for both corporates, and we're also planning to go into government. But I think the thing that what we didn't do well, and as Ahmed mentioned, is we had this very elaborate idea of how we were going to change the procurement process in Kenya, because of all, how long it was and all the corruption involved in the process. So we are trying to democratize that and, give accessibility to any business that wanted to apply for those tenders. But I think what we didn't do well was we didn't actually go out there and talk to the customers themselves to really understand what what their key pain points were, and didn't also engage the corporates and figure out, like, was this actually a pain that they would eventually pay for because of that. So we went ahead, built the product before we did the customer validation, and then started to try and acquire customers, and that's just where we hit, a hard rock, and we are not able to progress. The first customer that we got, the users actually refused to use the platform because they preferred to go, for a vacation, kind of either to Mombasa or Naivasha, and to do tender evaluation there rather than have an automated process to do tender evaluation, right? So it's important to actually understand if the problem that you're solving actually resonates with your end users. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's possible to ensure that your problem, which you're seeking to solve, resonates with the users that you're trying, or the people that you're trying to solve that for. Kenneth, how does that play out for you at AutoTrack? At what point did you identify what you needed to do, that it was a need, it was a pain, and you saw that, or you validated, or you knew that people would be willing to actually invest a very precious money to try to get that value? How did that work out for you?
Thank you very much. Initially in the year 2015, we didn't start with the tuk-tuk. We start with Mkokoteni. And the idea behind that is that before I introduced myself to the world of innovations, I used to work with a bank. But along the way, sometime I was in town and I saw the Mkokoteni guys demonstrating in town, because the former governor wanted to phase out the use of conventional handcut in town.
Yes.
So I asked myself, if they phase out the Mkokoteni from town, we have thousands of youth who rely on this Mkokoteni to make ends meet. What will happen? So an idea came on how we can be able to motorize them and make them be able to compete with vehicles if the issue of speed is what was the problem with the city council of Nairobi. And now I started with doing the market survey, where the customers will be willing to convert to a motorized Mkokoteni as opposed to the normal Mkokoteni. So I went around asking questions from the people around town, and I realized they were very excited if they can get an alternative like that, because they will not only solve the problem of using their normal energy to push them, but it will also make them earn more living, because they will make more trips than they are making with the conventional handcut. So after that, I started now the research on knowing, bearing in mind my background is not even in engineering, I'm an accountant and an economist, of knowing how do I make an electric Mkokoteni or something that is motorized. So I started the research, where I even came to the University of Nairobi Engineering Institute, and they told me, it's like you are chewing a lot of mirror, that is impossible. I didn't give up. As an innovator, I was determined to do what I was doing. Later on, to cut the story short, I resigned from bank and ventured directly into innovation. And after completing my research work, I didn't have fund to do the prototype itself, because I knew you cannot convince the customers without having a minimum viable product to show them. This is an alternative that I'm bringing to you. So lucky enough, along the way, there was an advertisement by one of a philanthropist from Nigeria, called Tony Rimeru, who introduced a funding for startup, and I applied. Fortunately, I was selected, and from there I was able to get some seed capital now to do a minimum viable product. So from there, I went now to the market with the real products and gave it to the customers in town to use it for a certain period of time. And that is when I realized that they are not only willing to buy it, but they need them like yesterday. So I approached the government to support the production of electric mkokoteni. And that is where now, when I got the funding from one of the agencies through the Kenya National Innovation Agency, I was taken to London for training for 3 months. And when I came back, I was told to write a convincing business plan, which was able to attract a funding for 5 million. And that is when now I realized we do not only have a problem with the mkokoteni people, but also the tuk-tuk people. So I combined the two products, and that is when I got an appointment at the National Youth Service, where I'm producing the electric tuk-tuk and the electric mkokoteni. So basically, all what you need to do as an innovator is to know that the people out there may not validate what you are doing, but you must be conscious that it is the instinct in you that will direct what you want to deliver to the customer and how you want to deliver it to them. Are you offering a better option to what they have, and at what price? And that is what drove us as Autotrack to be where we are today.
Thank you very much, Kenneth, for that sharing. Samia, we've been accused as a nation of being pitchpreneurs, right? That a lot of Kenyan startups just pitch in every pitching event. And basically, we've also been accused that sometimes we get money and then we go to Mauritius and buy some house or some whatever. My question is, at what point do you begin to think about looking for funding? Is it when you have an idea? Is it when you have a minimal viable product? Is it when you've probably tried and tested and seen this thing is working? Or is it when you probably already are offering services and you're moving out and you're thinking, now I need to be funded to move to the next level? Or should you, or do you just have an idea looking for pitching events all over the place looking for, what did you say to that?
Hello. Yeah, so thanks for that question. I think the way I view that, it depends on the kind of startup you are running. So one, there are people who are in the hardware space. Maybe you have an idea, and for you to actualize that idea, you'll need a bit of seed capital just to build the components and try out whether it's something that can scale or something that has real world use. So depending on the requirements of what you are running, you might need a bit of capital at that point. On the other hand, if you are in, say, the software space, for that, and the beauty of that is that the gap you have between your idea and actualizing that is very minimal. All you need are skill sets to build what you're interested in, and then share the prototype. Prototype meaning it's not something that is very polished. It's something very, it's something that can work, though it's not up to the ideal that you see it should be presented. So you present that to the user, you see how it works, and then based on the need or the appetite for user to take it up, now you can go ahead and ask for funds either to polish it up, advance it, add more features, or whether you want to scale it up. And the other way to look at this is, whenever you get an investment, just know that you're not taking it for nothing. You're also giving a share of whatever you are building. So that's also a balancing act in that. If you, and the way, again, investors view giving you money is also in terms of risk. So if they give you money very early on, they'll have more negotiation power to ask for more share of your company, because at that point it's very risky. But now if you de-risk, and what I mean by de-risking is you have proven it works, you have a prototype, and what you're saying is, I just need money to scale. Then at that point you also have a negotiation angle whereby you can say, this thing is working, so I only need money for just this. And the risk has been reduced, hence even the share of the company you're giving out will be lesser than in relative speak, say to when you are starting and you haven't de-risked some of the key considerations about your business?
Well, thank you so much, Samuel. Normally, when you think about startups and the whole process, they tell you there is an idea, there is a minimum viable product, and they talk about getting into an incubation hub, and then at some point you leave, and then there's commercialization. Songo, that sounds to me like a linear model. From your experience, how does that play out? You mentioned that you're incubated a little bit as C4D and your company died, but you say now you're getting into market force. So looking back on the lessons of your failure and how you've spoken that journey, how would you say that needs to play out? Is that the linear model? Should everybody go through that? And the people who jump out of it as market force, did you have to go through that model? Just from your journey and your experience, how would you see someone moving from now the idea all the way to a successful startup, as it were?
Great. So I don't believe that there is any specific path towards success in entrepreneurship. I think that and as you've heard from Sam and Kenneth, there is always there is the belief and the drive that you have to have in what you're building, and then the other processes are kind of iterative. So from a product perspective, fundraising, building your team, that has to be continuously iterative as the business evolves. And what I mean by that is that, so for example, when you have the idea and you're one person and you looking to validate and talk to customers, that it's different how you're going to do things to when you have 10, 20, 30 employees on your team that can also help you do these things. But I think that if you you're focused, you're always talking to your customers, most of the times your customers and end users will drive the path which you're going to take and actually what you're going to experiment, because most of the times you build something and you take it to the customers and they'll be able to tell you that this is not exactly what we need. If you can add X, Y, Z here, that would be better, or this is even a bigger problem. The other thing in terms of validation is also that they might not be able to exactly know what the problem is. So what I've found to work over time is actually going and spending time in the customer's environment, trying to identify, what the actual gaps are. So, rather than just speaking to people. So like what we do a lot at Market Force, just going to the market, and sometimes even running shops together with the shopkeepers, just to see how, what time do you start your job? What do you do in the morning when you start? What else are you doing on the side? Because those are insights that you don't have that actually determine the path that the company needs to take in order to be able to resolve the pain points of the customers that are not directly visible when you're sitting on the other side, or it's not something you can find on a book. So yeah, I think entrepreneurship is just about being able to do it, right? So you think of something, you go out there, you validate, does this work? Why is it not working? You talk to the people that you're solving the problem for, and that kind of drives where you're headed. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Time is not with us. We need to just finish quickly, so I'll probably just shoot one question for all of us. Samuel, you left university, and the next thing I heard is you had this startup, and I think you pursued it most of your life. So a lot of your colleagues went out and, of course, got jobs in some of these big companies. Who is this person who takes a risk to actually say, I have an idea, I don't want to look for work, I actually want to go out there and start my own company, I want to be an employer? What drives that? What's the motivation? who is this who is so, so has such an appetite for risk? Just speak into that. Who is this, startup CEO or founder? What drives them? How do you get there?
Yeah, so I think that's a very good question, because I think in our class, and considering with computer science, most guys got jobs we left uni. In our class, I think we had only 2 guys who decided to go the entrepreneurship journey. And I would say, I think for you to take that journey, I think for you to take that journey, it requires one of the things I saw that's very evident is just exposure. So, and the way for me I got exposed to the entrepreneurial journey was in our 3rd year, there was a hackathon at iHub. So whereby we were to try and come up with something, and then whoever does it best and finds 2 or 3 customers actually gets a grant to run it. So we did that, we emerged the best, and I remember for my 3rd year holiday, I was just doing sales. The other thing which I found was very interesting is, I think in our library in Chiromo, there are very many technical books, but there was this one big book around marketing. So I just got interested why there would be, what we would call a purple cow. You have all these cows, and then there's one cow that stands out, which is very different. So through that, I got immersed into that, and through that experience, I felt that's where I did fit. I had tried to do things like internship, but I would always find if I'm, just the capacity to share your ideas is limited, or even what you have has to toe the line or be aligned in a certain way, depending on how the organization is. But for the startups, the whole idea of experimenting on your ideas, working through that, really intrigued me. And when C4D Lab started, I remember I just decided I'm not seeking formal employment. I'm just going to stick around. And going back to your question, why would that drive me? I felt at that time it was a risk I could take. It's immediately after campus. I have very minimal bills to pay. I just went and took a house in Keno. I was paying around 7,000. So I would build websites on the side, pay for that. And then when C4D opened, I requested just to be operating from there. And from Keno to C4D Lab is 30 shillings, off-peak hours. So in essence, I felt, again, tying to why would I take that risk? I felt the result, or what would result from failure of what I was testing at that point was very minimal. The other thing is, you are off school, you don't have any dependents, you don't have kids, you can survive in campus we've been surviving on 12 bob, ugali na sukuma, ugali na mboga. Is that one still there? Yeah, so we were surviving on just basically ugali and cabbage. So even out there, I felt I could do with the bare minimum. Yeah, so and the beauty of that is, from there I also attracted my tribe, and this also ties to why the Innovation Hub was very important. So while at C4D, I also found other people who were interested in starting a startup. My co-founders were actually also students from here, and we met at the C4D Lab. So we had one guy from Industrial Chem who was coming to see what was happening. For him, by that time I also remember he had gotten a very big job because of his skill sets, and decided just to ignore that and join us. And the other co-founders were, one was from School of Design and 2 others from Computer Science. And one of them was just behind me. So in a nutshell, I weighed the risk, very minimal risk in case it failed. 2, I would always be more marketable because of the experience I'd had doing sales. But then doing that, I got hooked to that journey, and it has also been very, very fulfilling. Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Can I add one thing? Please. So the startup environment is something very, very tough, and not for most people. It's really for just those who are absolutely dedicated. So the key driver, what I've learned personally, is you really have to believe that there is a big problem that you really want to solve. If you do not have that absolute, not just compassion, but the drive that you want to solve these pain points, then you're not gonna survive, because there are gonna be a lot of hurdles coming up, that you cannot imagine. You will get rejection from customers, from potential investors. Even your family will tell you, don't do that, don't do that. So in order
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be
that valley of death, there are risks, there are challenges, there are pitfalls, there are sharks in there. Kenneth, how have you navigated that space? Because there are many, many different challenges. So it's just how you've navigated that space and finally being able to stabilize enough and begin to get funding and begin to build. Just very briefly, how you navigated that risk, the problems and the issues that are there and how you've gone through it. Just briefly.
During my journey, there was a lot of challenges, as some of my colleagues said. Sometimes you don't even know what you rely on the following day. The cash flows are not coming in initially. You have people around you in the companies who are helping you to develop the company, and also they need to rely on the same company to make hand meet. And what made us stand out is that all the team members were passionate about what we are doing, and most largely we relied on hope that things will change someday. We are developing something that we believe one day will start generating enough money to be able to sustain ourselves. The other thing is that we got a lot of support, as I said earlier, both from the government and other external donors like the Royal Academy of Engineering, the UN, and now the Kenya National Innovation Agency here, where I was incubated at the C4D lab. I've also been incubated at the Kenyatta University. We were undertaken through a lot of training, both locally and internationally. And the other thing is that you really need to have mentors who can mentor you and describe their journey in their successful businesses. And for instance, when I was starting this journey, I wanted to be an industrialist, just like the Chandalias and the Vimoshas. So when I made that decision, I also made a commitment to meet them in person so that they can narrate to me the journey they have made so far. So I visited Peter Munga of Equity to really give me a brief on how he built up Equity from where it was as a microfinance to where it is today. I also visited Vimosha of Bidco and other entrepreneurs like the late Chris Kirubi. And through that experience from them, you are able now to tolerate any challenges that you go through as you build your company. The other thing is a lot of network. You have to do a lot of network. Go out there and share what you have. Don't end it and say, oh, someone will run away with my innovation. No. If you keep it to yourself, then it will remain still an idea and you will never make it. Share it with people. Those are the same people that will be able to connect you to one or two people who will be able to unlock your potential in your journey.
Thank you very much, Kenneth. The last question, and I'm already 5 minutes past Mesongo. A few years ago, we had, sometimes it's good to speak. They can't do anything about it anyway. What you are by God's grace. We heard about you raising about $4 million. Then recently we had about $65 million. What? This is USD. How have you managed that? Is that about scaling? How were you able to attract that kind of funding? And what did you say to that? Just very, very briefly. That is it scaling? Is it what do you track that kind of money and that kind of thing? So as we finish.
If I respond to that, I just wanted to mention about. So before I respond to that, I just wanted to mention about. I think what kind of makes an entrepreneur, I will break it down to two main things. So there is what I call the DNA of an entrepreneur, which, and it's been said before that, you can't get into the journey for the money. That means that you have to essentially be in the journey to enjoy it, rather than looking at the destination in terms of what the exit might look at. So that always means that you have to be very enduring, disciplined, and be a natural problem solver, because entrepreneurship has no true highs. Like you've mentioned, we raised 2 million, we raised 40 million, but it's not that that does not give you a high as most people would anticipate. I mean, even at that point, you're still scared. Because then the dream has to be so audacious that it scares you, right? So you don't ever get comfortable and you keep building. And then the environment is just around what does an entrepreneur need to surround themselves with for them to be successful. I think what the other panelists have mentioned is, one, you need to have good partners. You need to build a network of mentors. It's important because the journey, it's tough. Yeah. Just not to scare anyone, but you have to enjoy the journey, but you also have to know that, there are going to be very difficult moments in the journey. So you need people that have gone through this. You see all entrepreneurs, even established companies, sometimes you're in crossroads with the government, you're in crossroads with competition, you're in crossroads with customers, in crossroads with your partners. So, it's a lot of things. So you need to have mentors that have gone through the journey to be able to tell you this is how you actually navigate these kind of situations. And I think on top of all, team is everything. So you start as one person or as two people, but the team that you build around yourselves has to be better than you. You cannot build a team of people that do not inspire you. I get inspired every day by the people that we've brought on the team, because I'm a computer scientist. I don't know much about accounting or law, or logistics. Our company does a lot of logistics. So you have to bring on board people that understand these different concepts of the business to be able to actually make the business successful. And then for funds, it's normally, you mostly raise funds to grow. So the round that we closed, which was a Series A, it was not 4 million, it was actually 2 million, and then we did a small extension. And that was to enable us grow into the 18 cities in Kenya, once we had validated the concept. And after that growth, we then raised 40 million round, which is 20 million equity and 20 million in what they call venture debt, to basically go into 5 other African countries that we are already now active in and grow the business.
Thank you very much. We should go on, but of course time is way beyond us. But I think we just, Professor, thank you very much, Professor Kinoti.
Let's appreciate our online keynote. Okay, fantastic. Let's appreciate our online keynote speaker. Let's appreciate our panelists. Let's appreciate Sam, you should come here so that as we appreciate you, we see you, please. Yeah, we want you to be part of this great team because you've done a fantastic. Yeah, now we have full house team. So can we appreciate the moderator and the panelists and the audience? Fantastic job, well done. And now we would like to break for lunch. And we want to be here. In fact, I had told Sam that we finish exactly at 1, but I think the discussion were very good. So we'll be back here exactly at 2 or slightly earlier. If you're able to be here 5 minutes before 2, we'll be grateful. And because of I'm here and I'm talking about food, can I pray for food? Let us arise as we bless the food wherever we will eat it and whatever we will eat. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for a wonderful morning session. We want, Lord, to thank you for each one who is here, and we want to ask you to bless each one of here as we go, Lord, for lunch or whatever we'll take, oh Lord. We ask you to bless it in Jesus' name. And everybody say, Amen. Thank you.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic.
Professor Hutchinson, could you tell us about today's session and yesterday's session as well, and what to expect in tomorrow's session during this Nairobi Innovation Week?
I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. As you have heard, my name is Professor Jesang Hutchinson. I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor, Judge of Research, Innovation and Enterprise. So we have the Nairobi Innovation Week 2022, which really is a culmination of some transformations that are happening at the university. So because of COVID, we were not able to hold the Nairobi Innovation Week. The first one that we did was in 2015. So this is our 6th Nairobi Innovation Week. And what we have done this year that is very unique is that we decided to actually look at a theme where we are innovating for transformation of communities and societies and also having an impact. And so what we have done for this year is to call out for innovations from across the university, from both students and staff. And then we went through a very interesting vetting process. And what is also very unique is that we have partnered with one of the best companies in Kenya, that is Safaricom. And therefore, we have a great menu for the attendees. We have got over 40 innovations that are being displayed, those who registered, but we have an extra 20. And then we have very high-level panels. We have got exhibitions, what we call the hackathon, where Safaricom is running a program where they are looking at solving real problems with a real solution, and they are actually doing it online. And therefore today was a very interesting forum where we are looking at the startup, because once you have the innovations, if you don't move it around along the commercialization pathway, it will just be dead on arrival. So today was very interesting. In fact, we had one presentation where we are saying half of the innovations, half of the startups die within the first 5 or so years, and therefore we are sharing experiences from different startups on what it has taken them to succeed this far. Amazing, amazing experiences. And so tomorrow we are actually awarding those innovations that have been judged to be excellent, number 1 and number 2 and number 3. So we have judges going around what we have called the Eagle's Nest 1 and today Eagle's Nest 2, and therefore tomorrow we will have a culmination as we do the closing ceremony where we will award the best performing student innovations, staff innovations, external innovators, and the hackathon. So we have 4 of them, and we are looking forward to see who is going to emerge. And then what has been very interesting also is that we have companies who are willing to take up our students to do internship, to do attachments, and actually they're even recruiting for employment. So it's an exciting period for us as the Research, Innovation and Enterprise Division of the University of Nairobi to be the host of this great Nairobi Innovation Week 2022.
As well as all the companies that have invested. And speaking of the partners, as well as all the companies that have invested in this Nairobi Innovation Week, how have you made it possible for students to actually network with the said partners and the said companies, and how available are the opportunities that are being discussed during all these panel discussions and throughout the week?
I want to thank you very much. That's a very important question, because as a team, we actually purposefully planned for the Nairobi Innovation Week to be student-centered. So if you look at the bouquet of what we are displaying, we are actually providing a platform for the students to be able to engage real time with real institutions that are willing to take up the so the academia and industry bridge is actually being closed, and therefore there is a huge focus on the student on the student-led, student-centered Nairobi Innovation Week. So from Safaricom to IBM to Microsoft and to Elgon Kenya, who are actually doing a very interesting value chain approach, value addition and provision for inputs into the agriculture sector. So we have the entire menu for every faculty who will be here, whether it's a building, industry. And I can actually say, if one was to just walk into the innovation exhibition, you will be amazed at what our young people are doing. And therefore, everything that we are doing is student-centered, because we believe that they are the current and also the future leaders of our country. Remember, Kenya is a very young nation. Over 75% of the population are youth. That is under 35. And therefore, it would be a great opportunity for us to put all our energies to ensure that we motivate, we energize, we encourage, we mentor the young population so that Kenya can actually take the benefits of innovation to the next level. Because one of the conversations is that what is coming through is that we either innovate or we perish. It's not those days where we are saying you either publish or perish, but this is we either innovate as a country or we perish. And I must report that COVID-19 gave us an opportunity as a university to innovate around learning and delivery of our courses, online, blended, asynchronous, and so the launch even of the University of Nairobi TV and radio station is a milestone that actually adds value to the process of the innovation that we've done at the University of Nairobi.
And as we wind up, what are some innovations that we would be keen to look into that are being exhibited during this Innovation Week? Are there any specific interesting ones that we should definitely look into that you've interacted with?
That's a very tricky question, and so I will avoid to answer, but just to tell you that we have aligned those innovations to the Big Four agenda. So if you want to look at things in food security, you will be looking at innovations from the input all the way to the value addition, and you will see the products that are there. If you look at manufacturing, amazing presentations there. If you look at affordable housing, I will not start to tell you the kind of display that is there. If you are looking at ensuring that we actually move our agenda as a country, we also have a lot of cross-cutting issues. So in terms of ICT, in terms of issues around gender, mainstreaming, they are all there. And therefore, I will not be able to pick one, but as I said, out of the bouquet of 60, including even capacity building, because again, at the end of the day, we only improve because of improving our skills, our knowledge, our outlook in life, and more importantly, our mindset change. And therefore, even for us as university and you guys as media, that we have to have a mindset change where we need to be present in the innovations to be able to make a decision, because there is no innovation that I can say fits all. But I said we are addressing the identified sectors of development for this country so that Kenya, as per the Vision 2030, can be newly industrialized by the year 2030, or rather, we work towards that trajectory and make our country to count to be one of the centers of excellence, if I may use that word, for Africa and the entire international community. Because remember, we are not an island. So as a university, we are part of research-intensive universities, but also now we want to be innovative, rich universities, those who will be able to commercialize these intangible assets. And therefore, I will not give you one, but I'll give you the thematic areas. And as I said, we have over 60 innovations laid out for you in the entire focus areas for our national development. So thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us. It seems very exciting. Asante. Sawa. Hi there. How are you? Would you tell us your name and how your experience has been during this Nairobi Innovation Week?
Okay, my name is Kenneth Gwantai. I'm the founder and the CEO of Autotrack East Africa Limited. Autotrack East Africa Limited is a Kenyan startup that manufactures electric mobility products, dealing with the conversion of conventional manual handcart to electric handcart, and also manufacturing electric tuk-tuk to replace the conventional fossil fuel tuk-tuk. We have a base here in Kenya, and also we are doing some pilot in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania.
That's very interesting, but my next question would be, what problem are you seeking to solve in that specific field?
As a various stand, when it comes to the conventional manual handcart, you must be aware of the problem that these people faces, especially when pulling those conventional manual handcart. They have to use a lot of energy to do that work, and yet we have thousands and thousands of youth in Kenya who are relying on those conventional handcart to do their business to earn a living. So the solution we are bringing is an electric handcart, which is more comfortable to drive as you carry whatever you are carrying around town, and also it is able to increase the efficiency of their users so that they can be able to make more trips when they are carrying those luggages and earn more income. When it comes to the electric tuk-tuk, we realize that the three-wheeler tuk-tuk that we have is very cumbersome when it comes to the issue of environmental conservation. They are a nuisance pollutant. They emit a lot of carbon to the environment. And on top of that, also, the capacity, the 3 passenger capacity, limit the users, especially the taxi operators, in making more income because they cannot be able to carry more than 3 passengers. Even when it comes to rounding capacity, it has a very small rounding capacity. But as Autotrack, we have introduced a product that has more rounding capacity. Our tuk-tuk can carry 6 passengers. It has a round capacity of 1.5 ton, meaning you can do more business using our new version as compared to the fossil fuel 3-wheeler version. Yes.
Thank you for sharing that. But then, how available is this new innovation? Is it already in the market? Is it already in use? If not, what are your expectations for the users' reception of the product?
As you are aware, the products were launched at the National Youth Service last year, Bat 1. And from there, what followed was an aspect of registering them with the relevant government agencies, that is the Ministry of Industrialization, the National Treasury and the Kenya Revenue Authority, so that we can be able to get all the documentation to be able to roll them out into the market. We have already done that, and as early as yesterday, we are able to sign an agreement with the Kenya vehicle manufacturing industry in Thika, so that our customers now can start coming in, make their Honda, and the assembly will be done at the Kenya vehicle manufacturing industry in Thika. Yes, so we are already at the market entry stage. Yes.
Well, congratulations on that, and thank you for sharing your lovely innovation with us. Thank you.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us